Good to see you. All right. We are smack in the middle of this agency chapter, which is really important. As we remember from the Relink book, there's, I think, 21 total questions, some about half and half, national portion and state portion of the exam. And frankly, what most of the disciplinary action revolves around when you're out in the real world, and something that gets revisited all the time in the continuing education classes. They just hammer this stuff into our heads because that's what the whole point of getting a license is about, isn't it? You don't need a license if you're doing real estate for yourself, or if you're doing real estate for another for no money. You need a license for doing real estate for someone else for compensation. And so that revolves around protecting those people for whom you're doing this real estate activity. So we covered last night about zoning. Just as a reminder, I want to call your attention to what I hope is your first go-to document. What am I talking about? What's your best friend? What document is the most important in this course? Tell me in the chat. And by the way, go ahead and put your name in the chat for me, please. Tell me in the chat, or speak out, unmute, speak out, which is the most important document we're working with in this course. There you go. Thank you, Kevin. You got it. That syllabus is what it's all about, because the same people who wrote that syllabus are the ones who wrote the exam. You just can't get any plainer than that. So I hope you are revisiting that constantly and using that as your navigation through all these other resources, certainly through the textbook, through the license law and commission rule. So let's take a look. We finished zoning last night, and they reference the hours we're supposed to spend in the topic. They talk about the level 2 versus 1 versus 3. But here's what I would like for you to be doing. Whether you do it like I do, this red is stuff I've added. Whether you handwrite it because you printed it out, or you use it in Adobe or some sort of a software and you can type it in, make notes. This section here says non-conforming use. Provide examples of each of the following zoning concepts. These required activities are things that we're supposed to do in class and talk about specifically. So do you think they might intend to write a test question about it? A little more likely. And it's stuff we talked about last night. It was in your textbook about page 101 and thereafter. So these next, 9 or 10 items, just jot down what you can remember from what we talked about. And if you can't, that's okay. Turn to page 101 and look them up. Find them. Look for the simple single line version. Read the paragraph and then figure out, okay, what's the nice little shorthand version of how I can know what this is talking about? An illegal use. What's an example of an illegal use? Someone using a property that's not zoned for that use. For instance, a single family house. SFR. You might see that abbreviation from time to time. Single family residential. It means a freestanding house, as opposed to a condominium or a townhouse, which is attached to others, right? Or multifamily. So single family residential or single family use. Converting a single family home to a business use when it's not zoned to allow a business use. If it's only zoned residential, you can't do it. That would be using it for an illegal purpose. And if your neighbors end up discovering this, maybe because your customers keep parking in front of your house all day long, they might poke around a little bit and complain. Are your neighbors going to sue you for an illegal zoning use? Is that how that might go for you? If you're using it improperly, is that the process? Or are they going to tell on you to the city, zoning department, because that's the big difference between public use land controls and private land controls. Public land controls, the authority figure is the government. Tattle on you with the government. Tell the zoning department and they'll send the person violating a letter as a warning. And eventually that could lead to a fine. But the private land use control is not going to be telling the government about it. They don't really care. It's going to be telling the court about it. It's going to be a lawsuit. You have to appear before a judge, right? So there's the big difference between public and private. So if you're using this thing against the zoning regulations as an illegal use, you're going to be dealing with the government for their police power of enforcing the zoning. If it's not a zoning restriction you're violating, but a restrictive covenant you're violating, like the neighborhood rules, restrictive covenants say no fences more than 6 feet tall. But you have a very athletic dog, and so you put in a 10-foot fence, which I've seen that once or twice. 10-foot fence, that looks like a prison yard. Not pretty. Kind of no matter what it's made of. And the rules in the neighborhood say 6 feet or less. Your neighbor's probably going to complain. They might complain to you. If there's a homeowners association for that neighborhood, that's who they're going to complain to. But that's not a government agency. The HOA is a private group. It might be the HOA, homeowners association, could be two different things. It could be a group of local homeowners, a board, who carry out the rules of the HOA and the neighborhood covenants and restrictions. Or maybe the people on that homeowners association board have other things to do with their time and they choose to farm it out to a professional management company. And that's where you get into the professional HOA management companies like Hawthorne or Cedar. I think Cedar Management is another big one in Charlotte. But it's the same idea. They're enforcing the same stuff. It's just, did you want to hire it out to a third-party professional, or did you just want to let the neighbors in the little group of board members that they put together from back when it was new handle it themselves? The neighbors might get tired. That little HOA board that's just a bunch of neighbors might get tired of having to write legal letters saying, put your trash can away. The same old stuff people do all the time. And approving colors of front doors and shutters and things, and fence problems and storage building problems. So that's when they might choose to farm out or to hire out for the professional management companies. But all of it is still private. And therefore, if there's a problem and there is an HOA, a neighbor might complain to the HOA, who would then send the warning letter to the owner. Now, that could result in a foreclosure. For instance, if you don't pay your HOA dues, they could foreclose on your house eventually. And then if there is no HOA and it's just the board of a group of owners, then it's the lawsuit. That would be the route to pursue for enforcement of those rules. But this section of the syllabus is talking specifically about zoning, public land use. And so then zoning amendments, that's an actual change in the zoning code. Anytime we're changing a law or rule or a code, we amend it, like the amendments to the Constitution. And we'll see when we get into chapters 9 and 10 that when we write a real estate contract and then we need to change something in there, we're going to use an amendment to do that. So a zoning amendment just changes that zoning code for some specific reason. A variance is an allowable deviation. So you're letting somebody use the property in a different way than everyone else has to. And it's allowed with good reason. The zoning board would have to approve it. But for instance, the example from your book says maybe your lot is slightly smaller than the typical minimum lot in the area, minimum lot size required to build something. You can't build a house on a lot less than a quarter acre, for instance. That's not an official rule. That's just an example. And maybe yours is not the quarter acre, which is 0.25 acres, but maybe your lot is 0.24 acres. So they might allow a variance, letting you actually build a house on the slightly smaller lot. A special use permit compared to a variance. A special use it's like an automatic alternative to the typical use. The variance is harder to get. If you're asking for a variance, it's allowable, it's legal, but it's less likely that you'll get it. You have to go through more hoops to get them to agree to give you that variance. But a special use permit is more like, hey, we know typically we're going to do it this way, but we will allow for this unique special use that might occur from time to time, and it's acknowledged that this could be something that happens. And so it's sort of an automatic, easier to get situation because it's already provided for. We talked about an overlay district. That's just putting one zoning type over another. So like maybe it could be the next two would be examples of overlay districts: historic zoning and aesthetic zoning over top of the residential. It's still residential, but you have to look a certain way. Maybe keep your paint colors confined to a certain palette of just only 3 subtle kinds of colors, earth tones maybe. And then, of course, the historic zoning is an extra overlay, right? It's very strict. They want to keep it period specific. And if you need to replace the shutters, which have rotted because it's a 100-year-old house, or the front door in a historic district, you're going to have to spend some money because you can't just replace it with any old shutters or any old front door. Aesthetic zoning is similar look, could be required number of trees. Everybody in the area has to have a certain percentage of tree coverage maybe. You can't not have trees, or they have to be a certain height to allow a certain look or a style of architecture. Spot zoning is typically illegal, but it could be legal if you can provide a reasonable basis for it. But it's essentially everything around you is zoned commercial, but they allow you to be industrial. Something a little different amongst everyone else being the same. But you'd have to prove it. You'd have to have really good reason and get approval from the zoning board for such a thing. Cluster zoning is what we see all the time. These big neighborhoods, these like a Birkdale and Huntersville, or any sort of mixed use or planned unit development where we've got a section of townhouses, a section of condos, a section of little shops, and a section of single family. And so those varying density types of zoning within one development. And then a buffer zone is just that thing that keeps the zoning areas from bothering each other, sort of. It's like a transitional space that allows for privacy, maybe a break from visual, just something that doesn't look cohesive or as attractive, or for noise control. Makes me think of those neighborhoods that back up to like I-85 or 485, and to break the sound of the traffic and not see it, they build these big 20-foot walls. So some sort of a buffer zone to keep those sorts of things more separated. This is what you should be doing. Either handwrite it or do like I did. Include highlights and references to page numbers, and turn this thing into a really good review document for yourself. Because in about another month, that's going to be really important. You're not going to want to sift back through that entire book. You're going to be able to flip through that book and see in the margins where you made notes about things that I've said in class. In class, you can't probably flip to the pages that quick, but you're keeping a notebook, making little notes, and then in your study time by yourself, you'll go back through and identify those things in the material and just make yourself review materials. So don't forget that. Make sure that you keep looking through and leading with the syllabus before class, and then look at it after class. And anytime there's big white space like this, fill it up. Put the definition of these things, if applicable. And then follow up our class time. When you're reading this thing afterward, note things that we may not have touched on. I'm just noticing here, we talked about septic systems, but we didn't mention straight piping. And straight piping, which I saw an example of just the other day, that's when you, for instance, maybe your kitchen sink, the drain pipe comes from the kitchen sink and goes straight outside and not into either a sewer system or a septic tank. It's just straight out onto the grass. That's illegal. And it's a material fact if there's straight piping that you know about. So you're looking for those sorts of things and just reconciling everything we talk about. Now, let's see. We've made our way on down through. We talked about environmental. You don't need to spend a ton of time here. I think if you look in the Relink book, there might be one, maybe two questions from this. I think it's the one where it's lumped in with 4 or 5 other chapters, and there's only going to be 3 or 4 questions from any of those 4 or 5 chapters, that kind of thing. But you still need to know it. High likelihood of testable material. That's something else you could do. At the moment, I'm drawing a blank on how to make the highlight color anything other than yellow. But maybe that's something you do on your own with your individual highlighters, or if you're smarter than me, which is very possible, and highlight specifically things that I mentioned that might be more likely to be tested on. I think lead has a pretty good chance of being tested on because it's such a daily thing in the real world, in the real business. And what is it about lead? Just need to disclose that it's for property built prior to 78, prior to 1978. And we reviewed that lead-based paint form addendum. And there's the lead in your home document that we have to also provide. And the thing about renovations, if you hire renovations from an outside party, they need, and it's lead-based paint, they would need to test to see if they're dealing with a part of the house that's got lead-based paint for sure or not. And if it does, they need to have a certification to do the work because they're going to need to take special precautions so as not to breathe that dust. If you're doing your own work on your house, then not required. You don't have to have certification. You don't have to hire it to be done. You could do it yourself. You're allowed to. It's just that it's on you whether you take the precautions or not. Asbestos, friable. That's a word that I see in the test practice questions a lot. So reason asbestos is dangerous is because it can crumble apart and turn into dust. So it's friable is what that means. The remediation for both asbestos and lead-based paint is either removal or encapsulation, either covering up or taking it out altogether. Radon, big key for radon is the danger level as 4 picocuries per liter. And that's a material fact. If it's determined that it's got at least an average of 4 picocuries per liter over those 48 hours of the required testing of the air samples, then you've got to disclose that. Remediation is basically ventilation for radon. They pull that radon air out, or radon gas, and push it out above the roof line. Don't see a lot of formaldehyde testing questions, but it's a carcinogen. It's a ventilation solution. Toxic mold is a big real world typical thing because there's mold in a lot of places. A lot of places have mold, but do the people who live there have an allergy to it? Is it a problem? And is it detectable? Is it maybe down in the crawl space so they don't even ever detect it? Or do they? They might. That homeowner insurance issue could come up with mold in a flood situation. The flood damage is covered by the insurance, but not the mold subsequent to it. And then what's the remediation? Getting rid of it, vacuuming it out, and then treating whatever's left with a moldicide, a mold killer. Underground storage tanks, USTs, are real. It's a thing that's pretty typical. At least 10%. If only just 10% of the tank is underground, it's considered a UST. And anytime we're talking about cleaning up hazardous substances, whether underground storage tanks or other things under CERCLA, the owner of the property now is the ultimate one who's going to have to clean it up. If they can't find the one who actually is the reason for it, the last owner or 2 owners ago, because maybe it's some landfill, dump, informal place where people dropped old cars and gasoline tanks way off in the woods of this 10-acre parcel. And it wasn't this guy. He's never been back there. It was the one he bought it from. Well, that person may be either dead or broke, but it's got to get fixed, got to get cleaned up. Therefore, current owner will have to pay for it. And so what does that mean? Ask these questions as we go through all of these scenarios. Ultimately, what we are always asking is, what does that mean to me as a broker to make sure the client is well protected? Well, what that means is to give the buyer fair warning. Oh, you want to buy some acreage, or you want to buy something that might be a little more likely to have some who knows what hidden back there? Just so you know that any environmental cleanup, once you're the owner, could fall on your shoulders even if you didn't do it. Just that kind of fair warning sort of. So we might want to have some extra inspections done. Might want to make sure someone walks through even that dense, thick woods that has all the sticky bushes, and you don't really want to walk back there. You better get it looked at. And that brings us to brokerage. Section 7, 6.5 hours plus another hour and a half in Chapter 8. We talked about the common law of agency, contract law, both of those things, plus license law and commission rule. All of these things have something to say about how we are supposed to treat and take care of our client. We talked about the word agency. What's a good explanation or a definition for agency? What is agency? Tell me in the chat. There it is. It's not the person or the firm, either one. It's the thing it's the relationship is the best word for it. Thank you, Dawn. The agency relationship between the client and the firm and the actual humans carrying out all these things that are within the firm. What's another word for the humans in the firm that are actually doing the work? Why are we giving the firm all the credit? The firm is the agent, but what are those humans called? Firm is the agent. What are the brokers within the firm? Sub-agents. You got it. So a nice little collection of terms here. Agency is the relationship. The principal or the client is the one for whom we are doing all of these things, right? That's your person. Principal or the client is your person that you're taking care of. The agent is your firm, and the client is the person that your firm has been hired by. Wait. The client is the person that has hired your firm. So agent, we know the word for that. Firm, the firm. It's hard to get that through our heads sometimes, especially reading the test question. So good test taking tip, especially when you're tired, when you're fatigued, maybe an hour or two in, take a breath. Clear your mind for each one. Read the question carefully. If you start seeing words as you're reading the question like in-house sale versus co-brokerage sale, as we'll learn tonight, in-house means the sale is happening within the same single firm. One firm only, no other firm involved. It's an in-house sale. It's in-house. So therefore, you might think, this might end up being a dual agency related question because it's an in-house firm, in-house sale. Only one firm involved, therefore dual agency could be what we're about to see in this testable question, this test question. Subagent, we saw two different places this could come up. The one we just mentioned, the agents within the firm are subagents to their firm. What's the other way that we could see the word subagent show up? Subagent what? Subagent to the firm and subagent to the see this subagent word in two different phrases. Subagent to the firm is a broker working within their firm, able to sign on the firm's behalf because it's that broker who's going to sign the listing agreement or sign the buyer agency agreement. But then the other thing we saw, like early in our agency discussion last night, subagent to the seller. Subagent to the seller. We see that a lot. That's one of the two ways, well, one of the several, not just two. One of the, I'll explain it later. It's kind of one of the ways that we could refer to the agent who is helping the buyer. The agent helping the buyer may not be hired by the buyer as a buyer's agent. That buyer might say, I don't want you to be my buyer's agent. I just want you to write this offer for me. I don't want to give you, I don't want to sign something. Why do I have to sign something? They refuse to sign the working with agents disclosure, and that's okay. They can refuse to sign it. But if they do refuse to sign the working with real estate agents disclosure, when you explain to them what your choices are, what their choices are of your representation of them, if they refuse to sign it, you just need to make a note of it because it still needs to be in your file folder for that transaction. You've got to have it in your folder for how many years? Do you have to keep documentation? How many years required to keep the documents of any one transaction? Minimum number of years? Not quite that many, thank goodness. The other very common number we see, there it is, in this class, 3 years. Got to keep everything for 3 years, every transactional document. That includes text messages. Oh my gosh, that's no fun. Emails, of course, offers and contracts and failed offers and failed terminated contracts and listing agreements and CMAs, market analysis, where you showed them what the property probably would sell for. All of that you've got to keep in a file for 3 years, including this working with real estate agents disclosure that we'll look at tonight. So you got to have it in there, whether they're willing to sign it. You can't make them sign it. You can't make anybody sign anything. We're not the police. We're not the enforcer. We're not some authority like that. So if they refuse to sign the acknowledgement of you disclosing how agency works, which is what that document does, you simply make a note of it and then put it in the file. You write on there yourself, they wouldn't sign. I tried. August 13th, 5 p.m. Wouldn't hurt. And then put it in your file, whether a physical printed out version or an online version. You can use all electronic paperwork. You can keep it in a cloud storage online. In fact, if you end up having nothing in writing, like on real paper, that's okay too, because we can do most everything without printing anything out. You just need to keep that stuff for the 3 years too. And if you have stuff in writing, you could scan it and turn it into electronic and let all of that be somewhere. It's a good idea to keep redundant paperwork, like keep a physical file and an electronic, or 2 electronics, 2 different places, maybe one on a zip drive and one in the cloud, or email something to yourself if you use like a cloud-based Gmail or something, some way so that you can produce it over the next 3 years if the real estate commission said, hey, what about this transaction from 2.5 years ago? So you're explaining the working with real estate agents disclosure to the client. They refuse to sign it because they're just that kind of person. Maybe they got hurt. Maybe they met an agent who didn't treat them right. And understandable. That's not unlikely with the number of agents that people could be out there mingling with. And so they're hesitant to, you're a rank stranger. They just never met you before. You're nice enough. But they're like, no, I just, as a practice, personal rule, I don't sign anything on the first date or on the first time I meet somebody, right? So they're certainly not going to sign a buyer agency agreement with you saying that, yes, I will only work with you in a real estate transaction. But no matter what I buy, it's going to be you. They're not ready for that yet. So if that's what happens, if that's how it shakes out in that moment, your next thing to offer them, if you allow it, if you're willing to offer this to them, and if your firm will let you, you could say to them, okay, Mrs. Buyer, I understand you don't want to sign a buyer agency hiring me to be your buyer agent and making you my client to whom I owe all of Old Car. Obviously, you're not going to say it this way. I'm just recapping for you guys. I know you don't want to sign that. Well, then, if you would allow me to at least act as a buyer agent, I could do so without requiring your signature. It doesn't have to be in writing because I could give you a trial run of me. I could let you kick my tires, so to speak. Try me out. See if you like working with me. And what we call that is oral buyer agency. Oral buyer agency is based on a verbal spoken word, not in writing. That is an allowable option if your firm will allow you to offer it. And if you're willing to offer it, you could say to them, I will be your buyer agent. I'll do everything a buyer agent does for the client. I'll protect your confidentiality. I'll be obedient to you. I'll give you loyalty and disclosure and accounting and reasonable skill and care, all of it. I give you all of it as an oral buyer agent agreement. And then the ultimate thing that might get their attention is, and all of that means that I owe all of those things to you, but you owe nothing to me. You owe me no allegiance. You don't have to be true to me. I could show you 3 houses this morning, and then this afternoon you could go look at those same 3 houses with any other agent and buy them with those agents, and I would be out. There's nothing I could do about it. You're free to do so. That is what oral buyer agency is. Just again, it's the why does that exist? That sounds terrible, Neil. Why would anybody do that? To let them give you a chance to win them over. But here's the catch to oral buyer agency. You can never make any money with it. If all you ever are is an oral buyer agent, you'll never get paid. The agent will never get paid if all they are is an oral buyer agent because it can't make it past the offer. You can't be an oral buyer agent past the point of writing the offer. When the minute they find something they want you to write an offer for them for, you would have to convert that oral buyer agency into a written buyer agency agreement. Does that make sense? That's the catch. That's why I say you could never get paid as an oral buyer agent. It's got to be in writing. Now, here's how agents do it wrong. They don't really want to talk about this topic to begin with. It's icky. It's like, it ruins the momentum. I was winning them over, and then I had to talk about, you got to commit to me and blah, blah, blah. And so if an agent is feeling kind of weak and not like going into it, they maybe manage to talk about the working with agents disclosure, and then they gloss over the rest of it. They say, but, guys, ultimately, I'd love to work for you as a buyer agent. I know you might not want to hire me for that yet because we just met. And so I can be an oral buyer agent for you. So let's go look at houses. And so they go on off and they start showing them houses because that's all the person really wants out of you in the beginning anyway. Before they understand the full scope of what our value is many people only think we're good for unlocking doors. They don't even need us to find the houses. They can do that online themselves anymore. That used to be our other value, was the gatekeepers, because we were the only ones with access to the MLS, but then the internet came along. And that's okay, because an agent whose only value is the house access doesn't have any value at all. So you got to bring more to the table. So you just gloss over it and you start showing them stuff. And so the next Saturday you get together because they said, I want to see these 5 more. You started with maybe 3, and now they're finding them, and they liked you that first time. And you're like, oh, good, they called me back. They haven't picked someone else yet. Because if they do, at this point, all you are is an oral buyer agent. You got nothing. They could at any point never answer the phone. They can ghost you. You could call them and they could say, I'm working with my cousin. I didn't know she had her license, or we're just going to work with them. And you're out. Nothing you can do about it. But good for you. Good news. They haven't done that to you yet. So for the next 8 Saturdays, you show them 5 or 6 or 10 houses every day, every Saturday. Each time, you really probably should bring up the agency another time. Help them understand, you guys, I think we're getting along. Would it be fair to assume that you would trust me to carry you through this entire process? Can we put this in writing? That's probably what you need to get on into sooner than later, but you don't. Many agents don't. They just ride through it. They haven't picked a house to buy, to offer on, so they don't want to mess anything up. And so maybe the 10th time out, they finally find the perfect house. They're excited. They want you to write up the offer. And so you race back to the closest coffee shop. You do some real quick research, figure out what similar houses have sold for, because as an agent helping the buyer, you need to do a market analysis, just like you would do if you were listing a property for someone. You need to find out if that asking price is even reasonable or not. I like to call the list price of a house the wish price, because for all we know, it's just what they're wishing for, not based on reality at all. So you figure out, okay, that seems okay. Let's sit down and talk about what you want to offer them. And, what kind of time frame? When do you want to close on it? And, what's your financing? And you're going through this whole thing, putting this offer together. It's like 15 pages, the traditional standard offer to purchase. That's without any amendments or addenda. And so you get it done, they sign it, and you're about to leave so that you can rush over and deliver it. Scan it and email it, maybe. And you stop yourself and you say, oh, wait, before we leave, I almost forgot. All this time, remember that discussion we had for 2 seconds on the very first day we met about agency? And I told you I'd be your oral buyer agent, but we need to put that in writing at some point. Well, here's when we need to put that in writing. I need to put that in writing before I can deliver this offer. Actually, you should have put it in writing before you wrote the offer. But here we are. Here's the situation I've laid out for you. And they say, what? Worst case scenario. Let's expect the worst here. Why are you pressuring me? I don't want to put this in writing. You wrote the offer for me. Just deliver it. I don't want to sign an agency agreement. What kind of scam are you running? Doubt it would get to that, but it's more fun to pretend in the fictional world, right? If that were to happen, though, here you are with a filled out, signed offer to purchase. What are you in that moment to proceed forth, to proceed further? What would you be? What is your role? You can't be an oral buyer agent to present that offer. You can't do it. And if they won't sign it, put it in writing that you're their buyer agent, what does that leave you with? What are you? Tell me in the chat. You painted yourself in a corner. You can't be a buyer agent. They won't do it. They won't sign it. You have an offer to present. Then by default, what is your role if you can't be a buyer agent right now? Close, real close. Subagent to the what? Not the firm, but the seller. That's it. I'll pause while your brain adapts to that weird concept. It's like, but I don't even know the seller. This is a house listed by somebody else, whole different company. The seller doesn't know me. I don't know them. How can I be a subagent to someone who I don't even know? That's how it works. In fact, you could say that all real estate agents are subagents to all sellers. I am a subagent to every seller out there until I am not. At what point would I not be a subagent to the seller? If I have a buyer who hires me as a buyer agent to buy one of their houses, then I'm a buyer agent to that seller. I'm a buyer agent for the buyer that's going to buy that seller's house, right? But unless it's otherwise in writing, you're by definition and by default a subagent to a seller in general, like we all were up until the 90s. Everybody was either a listing agent to a seller or a subagent to a seller. If you're a listing agent to a seller, that means they hired your firm and you to sell their house. If you're a subagent to a seller, that means you could be a broker with any firm out there and they're a seller of a house that they want to sell. That's all that is. Subagent to seller. So here you are. Can't be a buyer agent. And let me pull something up while I'm talking, see if I can talk and do at the same time. You can't be a buyer agent because they won't let you. You've completely bungled it. I know you guys wouldn't, but it's more fun to say it this way. Completely screwed it up, and now they won't hire you as a buyer agent. You have an offer in hand that they just want you to present. That's what you spent all this time on. All this time is what you've been shooting for, but here we are. You've painted yourself in a corner. Perfect. So now what? Here's the house you're buying. Here's the house you just wrote an offer on, for instance. Straight out of the MLS, a real house for sale. It happens to be under contract in Highland Creek, the northeast part of Charlotte. They were asking $575. It's 3,800 square feet ish. And if we scroll all the way to the bottom of the page and look at the money, we see, oops, darn it. I hate when I do that. Let me go back. There we go. We see that this seller has agreed with their listing agent that if a buyer has a buyer agent, the buyer makes an offer on this house and they're represented by a buyer agent, that this seller will authorize their listing agent to share the commission with them. And what they're going to give them is 2.5% of the sale price. So if you're a buyer agent, you're happy to see that. You're like, okay, good, I get paid if I sell this house. It's right there in writing. But that's not the situation we just painted. The situation we are in is we worked with somebody forever, and now they're putting their foot down. They won't sign buyer agency. So we're not this. We're this. We're a sub-agent to the seller because they won't sign buyer agency. And then what else do we discover? They ain't paying us. They will not pay a sub-agent to the seller. They're only interested in paying commission to a buyer represented by an actual buyer agent. And the buyer we've been working for just turned us down. They basically demoted us. They let us be an oral buyer agent all this time, but now we're a sub-agent to the seller because they won't put it in writing. And now it has to be in writing. We cannot proceed as a buyer agent unless it's in writing. And this is what we're trying to avoid. What do you do in this case? Gosh. Well, in this case, your hands are kind of tied. You're probably not getting paid. The only shot you might have to get paid in this scenario where you've just discovered they won't pay me, in real life, I'd probably call the listing agent with one last ditch effort and say, hey, I kind of been working with this buyer. We have an offer, but they won't hire me as a buyer agent. And I see that your client only will pay an agent who is a buyer agent. Any chance they'll change their mind about that? And if they won't, and I'll tell you why they might not in a minute, if they won't change their mind and it stands to be this, then the only way you could get money is to say to that listing agent, well, okay, then they won't. How about, would you be nice enough to pay me a referral fee and I'll just refer this client to you and you can handle it from there? I've already written up the offer. I'll just give all of it over to you. And odds are, by the way, between you guys and me, that may not even work. Because if that agent says, well, no, I think I'm just going to sit tight in this seller's market and either wait for a normal offer to come along or just wait for your client to get mad at you here in about 3 minutes and call me directly because they owe you nothing. They can call me directly themselves and I don't have to pay you squat. That could happen because we have to put our clients' needs above our own and because we just chose to handle this agency completely wrong. We should have gotten in front of this bus weeks ago. We should have never shown them 45 properties on oral buyer agency for a little 2-second explanation one time. We probably should have gone, your broker in charge would probably have rather you, if you did offer oral buyer agency, at least every time you met them to go look and revisit the thing and say, hey, by the way, guys, I feel like we work well together. Let's put this in writing. What if on the second Saturday you had done that instead and said, look, guys, remember we talked about this oral buyer agency? Well, I typically offer that just to give people an idea of how I work, make sure we work well together. If you want to work with me, if I want to work with you, and I think we do. So to proceed, this is how it needs to happen. This is how I work from the second time and beyond. Need to put this in writing. You okay with that? And they'll probably agree more than they wouldn't. If they don't agree, you probably have more problems. But at the very least, you're avoiding this nightmare scenario of wasting many dozens of hours. And if they put their foot down then and say, no, I still don't want to, you have a business decision to make. Do you really want to keep working with them? Congratulations. You just saved yourself probably 80 hours, right? For free. There's plenty of people out there that'll pay you for what you're worth. Let's end it with this person right here, right now, before you get too far in. And that's why it's important to handle this agency discussion early, because this is a real thing that could happen. It gets ugly. It could get ugly. And a lot of listings are like that. Let's keep looking. This is just one in this particular neighborhood. The next one is 2.5 and 0. The next one is 2.5 and 0. Oh, you can't. Can everybody else see my screen? Who can't see my screen? Was that Talon? Interesting. Oh, weird. Okay, let me just do like a reshare. That might work. You're welcome. Thanks for telling me. Don't let it go forever with me doing something stupid. Is that better? Okay, good. Yeah, so here we are. Here's this house, and here's this thing at the bottom. In this case, they're offering a buyer agent only 2.25, not even 2.5, whatever. It's all negotiable. But here's the part that proves the point. 0 to a subagent to seller. And then this one is, okay, there's one that's paying 3 to a buyer agent, but still 0. I haven't found one that's paying a subagent anything yet. And that's not uncommon. We see it a lot. Why? Oh, here we go. Finally, here's one out of like 10 so far that'll pay either situation. But it's in the minority. There are definitely more paying only buyer agent than there are paying both buyer agent or subagent. Why? It's for liability protection. Why would a seller not want to pay an agent who is not a buyer agent? Because if you're a buyer agent representing your buyer client and something goes wrong, maybe the square footage is off or some other kind of disclosure thing got missed, you screwed up, or somebody screwed, even if the seller screwed up, that buyer is going to come after their own buyer agent. That's where it would stop first. They would seek remedy from them. They might also proceed past them and go after the seller and the listing agent too, but they would definitely stop with the buyer agent for a minute. The commission would too. The real estate commission would say, hey, you were a buyer agent for this situation. How'd you let this happen? You have more responsibility when you're a buyer agent for a client, for a buyer, than when you're a subagent to the seller for a client. If you're only a subagent to the seller and that buyer feels like they've been mistreated or mistold information, then they go straight to the seller and the listing agent for that remedy. They don't stop at you because you're just another subagent to the seller, sort of like the listing agent, but even less. So how do we lower or decrease that potential liability of risk for the seller? Don't pay somebody who's only a subagent, so as to discourage subagents from bringing offers. And that's why I think we see it a lot. That's how I explain it, and that's how I've chosen to do it for many, many years. Once upon a time, way many years ago, we would see it like this a lot. On these MLS sheets, we would see the same number for both buyer agent and subagent, in my observation. Then I think people started realizing, wait, there's this liability possibility thing. So I started seeing a little more for the buyer agent, a little less for the subagent, but still something, and doing it that way myself. But then in a lot of years since then, people have gone all the way to 0. From me just scrolling through looking. Not a norm, it's not a standard, but just be aware of it. What we get paid when we're helping a buyer is shown at the bottom of these listing pages. Yep, still nothing. There's a 2 and a 0. There's a 2.3, up 2.75 and a 0. So only one so far out of this whole, probably almost every one of these 23 listings in this neighborhood, I'd put money on only one of them paying a subagent, if I had to guess. Oh, well, this one's from South Carolina, but that's kind of how that looks. Okay. Can you see the Adobe, the agent, sub-agent? Okay, good. I shared the right thing. All righty. Let's see. Where does that leave us? Sub-agent to firm versus sub-agent to seller. The third party. The third party is anybody else besides your client or your principal. The customer is specifically the one on the other side of the transaction from you. You're the broker for instance, for the buyer, and you're a buyer agent for them. So they are your client. The buyer's your client, but the seller is your customer. And what do you owe to your customer out of those 6 old car responsibilities? You owe them disclosure and reasonable skill and care. Just 2 of the 6. But what do you owe to the client? All 6. If you're a listing agent, your client is the seller and the customer to you is the buyer. A transactional broker or facilitator is just exactly that. They are facilitating the transaction with no allegiance to either party. But in North Carolina, you have to owe at least one of the parties something. Well, you're going to owe them both something, but you got to work for an actual person. You can't just be a complete uninterested facilitator. We don't do it in North Carolina. Still have to disclose material facts, but you're not representing either of the parties in particular. We talked about the fiduciary role. The word fiduciary is a legal term. We're acting primarily for the benefit of our principal or client over and above even ourselves. And then we talked about these 3 kinds of agency. So these are the 3 basic kinds of agency. Where does subagent to the seller fit in these 3 categories? Where would subagent to the seller fit here? Which of these 3 would that fall within? Subagent to a seller. That's right. Because on the sales side, we are special agents. We're not general agents. We're not universal. What about a listing agent? We're hired to list and sell the property. Where would a listing agent fit in these 3 categories? Listing agent, helping somebody sell something. The key word is sell something. So again, special agent. So do that. Write those things out to the side of this in your syllabus. Let me see if I can do it on the fly here. We'd say, oops, I didn't want to do that. Let's see. Oh, I know what. Here we go. Boom. Listing agent, buyer agent, dual, stuff like that. It could even be auctioneer. Could be a tenant representative. All of those things that you do for helping someone lease or own or buy or sell fall under this special agent. Oops. Yeah, we're still good. Tenant representative got a little close because the general agent is this one, a property manager. Because when someone hires you to help them maintain their rental property, find tenants, collect rent, do evictions, you're doing more than just the things that you do when you're a special agent. So that makes you a general agent. So as a general agent, you're either a property manager or a broker for your firm. You can sign on behalf of your firm. Those are the 2 examples of a general agent. And then a universal agent is going to be an attorney doing attorney things, or an attorney in fact, which means power of attorney. Somebody gave you power of attorney. You don't have to be an attorney for someone to give you power of attorney for their affairs. But they could either hire an attorney to do legal matters for them and that give that attorney full control over all decision making, or limited, or they could hire anybody they choose as attorney, in fact, giving them power of attorney as if they were one to basically represent them in complete, full control over everything. More frequently, if somebody gives another person power of attorney, it's a limited power of attorney for a very specific purpose. Rarely is someone going to give someone control of everything unless they're being committed because of a mental inability or incapacity. But everything we're talking about when it comes to leasing and selling, except for the property manager, all of those people are in this section. They are all types of special agent. All special agents. So that brings us up to date. Tonight we're going to get into the contracts and things, and focus more on the other agency issues. So let's find our place. Let me know if that slide is blurry, or if it's good, give me a thumbs up. Can you read pretty much everything? If you can't, if it shows blurry, I'll share it in a different way that'll be better. But if this works, I'd rather use this way. So we talked about these things first. Old car, these duties: obedience, loyalty, disclosure, confidentiality, accounting, and reasonable skill and care. Reasonable skill and care includes honesty and fairness. Need to treat everybody honestly and fairly. And we covered obedience. Here's the key about obedience. If they ask you a test question and they give you a scenario, you're going to need to look and make sure the thing your client asked you to do was a lawful order. We're obligated to follow their lawful orders, lawful obedience, not things that are illegal, unlawful. So if they say, I want you to advertise my home as being close to the YMCA, because I think it's a great YMCA, you're going to have that discussion with them. Well, guys, you see, I'm a broker. I have to be very careful to follow fair housing guidelines, laws. And it turns out YMCA actually stands for Young Men's Christian Association. So we can certainly talk about it being close to the gym, but we can't talk about religion, race, religion, familial status, color, national origin, disability. I think that's all of them. 7 of those sex, 7 of those protected classes. So you have to educate them on this stuff. Also, you're going to need to cover that anyway when it comes to talking about receiving offers, because now's the time to find out that they don't want to sell it to so-and-so who is a member of one of those protected classes. Let's figure that out now before you've spent time and money on this, so that you can go ahead and leave them and choose not to work with them before they ask you to engage in their illegal activity. So their lawful obedience. Another example of lawful obedience. What else could a seller ask you to do? You're the listing agent. Any idea what a seller could ask of you that might be against something that's not allowed? You can't obey them in this request. They're a seller. You're their listing agent. What could they ask of you that might not be legal? Maybe specific to the house. Hint. There you go. You got it. Exactly. There's not much. I mean, in the course of a real estate transaction, it's either going to be a fair housing violation or a disclosure issue. So they would ask you, hey, you know what? I want to hire you, but just between you and me, because I like you, that roof will leak after 3 days of rain. If it's 2 or 1 day of rain, it doesn't really leak, but it's been leaking for a few years like that, but it dries out in between. So, just keep that between us. I don't want to fix it. Now you know a material fact that you have to disclose. So again, in retrospect, what could you have done to avoid that situation? Talk to them about material fact disclosure requirements earlier in the process. Maybe make that a little note. When you go out there and you're doing this business, you're going to keep a journal, good idea, of things you learned by the hard way, right? Oops, next time I go to a listing appointment, I'm going to talk about the disclosure really soon. Let's make sure that they don't accidentally tell us something that we're required to disclose and they didn't want us to. The roof leaks. Do they have to disclose that the roof leaks? Test question. Seller knows it leaks. Do they have to disclose it? Why not? How could they not disclose it? I haven't really gotten into the document yet, but I've alluded to it. I think I might have mentioned it. The disclosure itself has an out, has a checkbox. It's called no representation, and they can check that for the whole thing, all of it, every item. But you can't join in the fun. They tell you it leaks, now you have to tell them. And they may as well not check no representation, although they still can. But you're going to have to disclose that you know you've been told the roof leaks. So it's their lawful order that we must follow. Loyalty is what we'll talk more about as we get on into the stuff we haven't yet covered in 10 minutes. Have a break. I'll see you in 10. Hope your first break was lovely. In the meantime, I checked my email, and we have a new real estate commission bulletin that just came out. Let me share that with you. Only one disciplinary action for this month, February bulletin. Last month was like 20 of them, but 10 of those were a study group who shared test questions. Did I tell you about them? Don't do that. Be careful. I mean, social media, website, if you're going to share test questions, are you doing it online, really? Well, this is the one from this month, and it was a suspension, no staying of the suspension. So it was like this person is taking a 6-month break, period. And what did they do? They bought a property. She and her husband formed a partnership. They bought a property. That's good. That's fine. But then they listed it for sale a few months later. They advertised that it had a water line and a septic on site. But what they didn't disclose was that it was a broken water line and that also had a temporary above ground line that was 150 feet. It has a broken water line. But we just talked before the break that a seller could check no representation on the disclosure. She and her husband are the sellers. Why couldn't they have just checked no representation and been protected? Why wouldn't that work for them? It won't. But why? You got it. Yes, a seller can check no representation, but if you're a seller and a licensee, you can't hide behind no representation. You must disclose. We're held to a higher standard. We know the rules and laws. As brokers, we have to protect people. We have to disclose and provide reasonable skill and care, and we cannot do the same things that a normal unlicensed person could do. So fair warning, if you want to be able to be a normal seller who can use no representation to its fullest, then don't get a real estate license, because that changes when you have a license. Okay, loyalty. We seeing what we need to see? Is all of that legible, not blurry? Okay, good. And that's just let me get everybody's faces on video. You need to have all of your faces on video. Commission requirement. Help me with that so that the commission will see this later and disqualify your attendance. Loyalty. We're loyal to them at the exclusion of everybody else, including ourselves. And we have to disclose the relationship with everybody in the transaction. We got to tell people who we represent. So here's a situation. We know about first substantial contact. Did we talk about that one? First substantial contact. What are the topics that they could bring up on an open house that you need to stop the conversation and explain to them what the choices are of them working with you? Yeah, money's one of them. Yep. Money and motivation. That's another good one to say. Money and motivation and their wants and needs. That's first substantial contact, and that's required when you are interacting with a general public member, somebody that's a potential seller, a potential buyer, anybody. The conversation turns to their wants, needs, ability, motivation, money. That's first substantial contact, and that's the point at which you need to talk about agency. But here's another situation that's a little different. What if you're a buyer agent? You've been hired by the buyer. You get there to the showing a little early. You arrive at the first house you're going to show your buyer before they do. You're driving separate, and the seller is loading up the family into the minivan, about to leave and get out of your way. And so you run into them, and they speak to you. That's the point at which you have to disclose that you're the buyer's agent. They haven't mentioned their money, motivation, wants, needs. but you still have to disclose it to them at this point in time, which is called first initial contact. So if the test question says, in what situation would a broker have to disclose agency at first initial contact? It's when you're talking to, for instance, a seller or the seller's agent, and you're already the buyer agent, or vice versa. If you're already the agent hired by a party and you're talking to the opposite potential party, seller or seller's agent, or if you are the listing agent and you're talking to a buyer agent who brings you an offer, for instance, they're going to know you're the listing agent. That's why we don't use that as an example. But you need to make sure they understand, oh, I'm the buyer agent. Not wait until they've told you anything, but that's sort of part of your introduction. First initial contact when you're talking to the seller or their listing agent. First initial contact is when you need to say, I'm the buyer agent, by the way, just waiting for the buyer to show up. Take your time. They're not here yet. No big deal, right? Identify yourself as the buyer agent or whatever it is you are. You might say, I'm a sub-agent to you. They haven't hired me as a buyer agent, or I'm an oral buyer agent. I mean, you could just refer to yourself as a buyer agent for that matter, because you haven't made an offer yet. So you don't have to put it in writing yet. So you're still a buyer agent either way. Here's the other little nuance. If the test question says, do all agency agreements have to be in writing? All agency agreements must be in writing. Buyer agency, listing agreements, tenant representation, property management. Do all of those have to be in writing? Yes or no? Tell me in the chat. Be careful. Resist the initial urge to answer the way you're thinking, because I know what you're thinking. Do all agency agreements have to be in writing? Nobody wants to answer. You lose 10 points if you get the wrong answer from all the points you've accumulated so far. I got it 50-50. One says yes, one says no. Okay, let me ask it this way. By the time we reach the closing table, do all agency agreements have to be in writing? That's how you have to think of it. Yes, there is oral buyer agency, but it will never get you paid. It will never consummate a transaction, right? You can never get your client all the way to the end goal. Let's center it back around the client. You can't get your client successfully to the closing table if you're an oral buyer agent. You'd have to be a written buyer agent at some point. What point? At time of writing the offer. So therefore, all agency agreements must be in writing. I know it's like, but when you find yourself thinking, yes, but, pause, look at the test question and think, okay, let's keep it simple. Don't read too much into it. And this is one of those cases. So all agency agreements do have to be in writing. There's a temporary period during which buyer agency can be verbal, but that can't survive an entire transaction. It'll never get you paid. It'll never get your client a house. You can't be an oral buyer agent at the closing table. You would have turned into either a sub-agent to the seller or a referring agent in that worst case scenario we looked at earlier. So just know that. Write that one down. That's an easy point to get or an easy point to miss. But don't miss it. Loyalty, we've got to give them full disclosure if we're going to be the buyer, right? We can buy their property, but they need to know that we are the buyer, even if it's our LLC who's making the offer. Can't pull any sort of legal nonsense, say, well, it's not me, it's my entity. No, it's you. Got to disclose that to that seller, and then you can't represent an interest that's opposite theirs, adverse to theirs, unless they allow you to. So let me ask it a different way. Can you represent an adverse interest to your client? Yes, as long as they give you written permission. You are allowed to represent an adverse interest as long as they know and give you written permission that it's okay with them. They might not care. Remember that example last night? You're the listing agent and a buyer. One of the 3 multiple offer buyers calls you or texts you or direct messages you on Instagram and says, hey, you're the listing agent. I'm one of those buyers for your property. Just between you and me, I'll hire you as my property manager if you influence your seller to pick me over those other competing offers. So we have a problem. First of all, your seller's probably not going to want to sell to that person because of the way they handled it, but they could, and you could represent your seller and end up being the property. You could even sign a property management agreement with this buyer. Wouldn't advise it, but you could, as long as your seller knows about it and gives you permission in writing, acknowledgement, written permission in writing. So yes, you can represent an adverse interest as long as you have written permission. So just read the question very carefully. It's easy to get caught up in answering it just on a black and white, yes or no, night or day situation. But you got to think about, why are they asking me this question this way? What is the exception? Is there some sort of, anytime they are using words like always or never, red flag, huge red flag, because there's a lot of things that things are rarely always or never, right? So just be really careful and think, wait a minute. Yes, I could represent an interest that's adverse to my client as long as they give me permission to do so in writing. And yes, I could buy my client's property as long as they know about it. They know that it's me who's buying it, full disclosure. I don't like this transition. I'm going to change it. The slide is driving me crazy. This carousel thing. If a client gives lawful instruction that would hurt them, we need to disclose. Hey, this might not be your best move. This could end up harming you, but I want to do it this way. I want to breach this contract. Remember my example? My seller client, she wanted to back out. She wanted to insist that the buyer pay her more money because the property had appreciated in the last 9 months. And yes, the tenant finally moved out where we can close now, but she's like, well, I spent $18,000 on this house in the meantime, and I know it's also appreciated. I'm not closing until they come up. I asked the other client, I believe I did end up having, let me think. I can't remember. If I had, it would have been embarrassing, and I would have done it because we have to do the things that are embarrassing. Sometimes our client asks us to lowball, and it's like, ugh, I don't want to make that offer. That's embarrassing, but we have to not only make the lowball offer, but have full confidence in it. It would be a mistake for an agent who's writing, let's say that, for instance, $300,000 listing price, and your client just took a course on being an investor, and they would say, let's try 180, see what we can do. And you're like, are you crazy in this market? 180, that's a waste of everybody's time. You have to present all offers. And if they want you to present 180, don't present it with an apology. That would be a mistake. I've been that listing agent who received offers from a buyer agent who said, I talked to my person about this offer. I understand it's probably not as good as what your sellers are looking for, but just don't let them turn it down outright. Just let me know if they want something else, because we might be able to work something out. Did they really present that offer, or did they just tell me that they have a higher number they can go to? So I'm going to tell my client exactly what they told me. I'm going to say, look, they basically told me they have another try in them. So I would, based on that information, probably suggest you have nothing to lose by giving them a counteroffer. Maybe even stick close to your asking price, but whatever you want to do. But they pretty much told me. And did they take care of their client by doing that? Heck no. Their client would probably not be thrilled, but it happens a lot. You have to have some courage. You have to represent. It's like being a parent, I would imagine. I'm not one, but I've been the other side of that. I've been a child of a very protective parent. You would defend that kid. They could do almost anything, and you're going to be defending them, right? They could just about do anything, even as straight up completely their fault, and you're their biggest advocate. You have to be the biggest advocate, right? Not saying of something illegal, but anything embarrassing, low ball offers, high ball offers, behavioral issues. If they pitch a fit in front of people, you should be the calming influence, the buffer, the one who is the professional. And too many times I see agents who feel, I just assume maybe they feel like weak in their ability, therefore they capitalize on ego and they bless people out. They fuss, they pitch fits themselves, and you're thinking, did you really present that offer in the best possible way, or did you sort of add your flavor to it and give your client the idea that this was ridiculous and they shouldn't even consider it because of something you did and behaved as? Or did you kind of neutrally say, well, here's an offer. Oh, you're not happy, or it's a low ball, you think it's well, okay, I understand that. No big deal. I've been here before. Well, let's try to make something out of it then. I'd much rather handle it that way as the broker. I know you don't like this offer. However, I would resist the urge to be angry at this buyer for making this what you consider a low offer. If you're going to be angry at someone, be angry at those 3 other people who looked at it and didn't make any offer. At least these guys gave you a shot. Because what are we going to do when I'm helping you buy one? Are you going to make asking or above asking offers, or are you going to want to try maybe something lower? It's just normal. And they key off of our actions and our emotions. So we need to kind of counterbalance that stuff and protect them against themselves. Disclosure. We know this one. Got to disclose everything, including offers, even if they're bad, including offers that came after the deadline. So sometimes a seller will say, look, this is a seller's market. We've gotten 14 offers already. I'm exhausted. I'm tired of thinking about offers. So we've had 14 already and it's Thursday. Let's set a deadline. Let's say to everybody else, need all offers. Bring us your best offers by noon tomorrow. If that seller gives that deadline and noon comes and goes and we got 5 more, so now we've got 19 offers, and then 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock, they're still thinking about those 19. They're rolling them around in their heads, crunching numbers. And all afternoon, after the deadline, you get like 14 more offers. You still have to present those offers too, even at the risk of frustrating your client who is overwhelmed. But here it is. You got to point to this. They say, don't show me any more offers. I'm just going to pick from these. Okay, that's fine, but I have to comply with law so I don't lose my license. You don't have to open the email, but I'm going to forward them to you. I've got to present all offers, regardless of their quality, regardless of when they came in, even if they pick one. And now it's signed by everybody and we are under contract. So we're no longer active in the MLS. It shows under contract. Now it's a single buyer who is trying to get this financing to go through. And another offer comes in while you're under contract. Do you have to present that offer too? It's an offer. Because why? Because your seller might want to take it as a backup offer. Some sellers like that. They want to know, well, if the one that's working primarily doesn't work out, at least I have an automatic backup that will rise to the primary position if this current one somehow flakes out and walks away. Because, by the way, as we'll see in the next chapters, the buyer can walk away for any reason or no reason. They don't even have to have a good reason. They can still back out of a contract as long as they're willing to walk away from the due diligence money that they gave. But we'll get into that later. We have to also disclose everybody involved, identity and ability of the parties to complete the transaction. So for a buyer agent, what does that mean? The ability to complete the transaction. What bad news could you get that you would need to now immediately disclose to the listing agent if you're a buyer agent? What's that bad news you could get that needs to be disclosed to the other side? Your buyer calls you, or maybe the buyer's lender calls you. There it is. The loan was not approved. Sorry, can't give them the loan. That affects their ability to complete. Need to tell the other party. What's probably going to happen next is that listing agent, depending on how professional they are, they might flip out a little bit, but they probably are going to collect themselves and start giving you suggestions of other lenders to talk to try to hold it all together. but you got to disclose it. And then if you're the listing agent, what's the bad news your seller could give you that has to be immediately disclosed to the other side? It's that bad news your seller could give you, the listing agent. Couple things, could be several things. Well, yeah, okay. I see where you're going with that. You're off. They reject the offer. Sure, that wouldn't be the greatest news, um, but that doesn't really affect their ability to complete. It's more of their preferences to not take that offer. But fair enough. We do need to disclose that to the other side. Anything affecting their ownership of the property, certainly, like a foreclosure notice, liens on the property. Maybe they chose to declare bankruptcy. I had that happen in real life. I think I might have told you, the guy who bought the RV. So anything that might affect their ownership and therefore keep the buyer from being able to buy it from them. Typically foreclosure notice. What if the seller finally admits to you while you're under contract, look, I haven't been making my house payment. I'm 3 months behind on my house payment. Is that something you have to disclose? Is that a material fact? House payment late. It is not. Being late on the house payment is not, because they could make it up. A foreclosure notice is different because not only would they have to make it up, they're going to have to pay penalties and fines and things like that. At the very least, the attorney who sent them the foreclosure notice is going to expect some money. So that's a whole different ballgame. And there's a timeline. There's now a countdown clock when there's a foreclosure notice because there's a court date. Any material facts that affect the client or the transaction, things like, well, they don't want to buy a house with termites, and the termite inspector just said they found termites. So that's it. So you need to share that with the other side. And then it goes hand in hand with this thing, this residential property disclosure form. Let me share that with you. So the acronym for this standard form is RPOADS, RPOADS, Residential Property and Owners Association Disclosure. Let me see if I have that close by. Okay, there we go. Okay, good. Let's see. This is what we're talking about. Looks like this. Very boring. Just old boring legal document. But it's 4 pages. And if we look at the zoomed out view, the front page has all the instructions that we'll talk about here in a minute. And they sign the bottom of the front page. They had put the property address. There's not a legal description. It's just the address is good enough. The next 3 pages are a bunch of very small print items next to which there are 3 check boxes. And there's the ones we mentioned the other day. Yes, there's a problem or something needing more explanation. It could be problem. It could be needing more explanation. Or no, there's no problem with this. Or I'm not telling either way. I'm not going to check yes or no. So I'm saying no representation. It's okay for that seller to check no representation on this whole disclosure. But if they check no, there's no problem. There better not be a problem. They could get in trouble for there actually being a problem if they said there wasn't one. So if they don't know for sure, they shouldn't check no. They should check no representation, or they should just hold off on filling this out and go get that item checked out by a professional and then make a determination or get it fixed, and then they can check no, there's no problem. But that's what we're dealing with. That's what this thing is about. With this disclosure form, I mean, look at this thing. This whole page is like the first 20 items, very small print. It's like 10 or 9 point font. It's like when was the house built? Any problems with the foundation or fireplaces or doors, ceilings, interior walls, like everything. What are the walls made of? Is it brick or vinyl or stucco, synthetic stucco? Um, when was the roof put on? Any leaks with the roof? Electrical problems, plumbing problems, heating and air problems? What's the age of the heating and air and the cooling and the water supply? If it's here we go, something that there it is. What's the dwelling sewage disposal? If it's a septic tank, there it is. How many bedrooms are allowed? We talked about that, and there it is, where we acknowledge how many it perks for. No records available, then disclose it, put it in, check and acknowledge that. Any problem with other items like irrigation, sump pump, ceiling fans, exhaust fans, it covers the whole thing. Any malfunction or defect with appliances that might be included. And then the second page is a continuation, but it's also it's more things like violations of ordinances and restrictive covenants. Do you know that you violate restrictive covenants? Yes, no, or no representation. Maybe they know they put in a 10-foot fence when only a 6 is allowed. Or any presence of hazardous materials or noise, smoke from commercial or industrial, airport, for instance, utility or other easements, shared driveways. Is the property a part of a foreclosure? There's what requires that. Lawsuit, bankruptcy, tax liens, proposed assessments, mechanics liens, all those things we talked about in the first week or two. Is it in a flood zone? Does it join a private road or street? Oh boy, we saw that before. Private road or street. And if there is one, is there an agreement pertaining to the private roads maintenance? Did the owners sign something saying they commit to helping pay for the maintenance of a private road or street? Sorry. Oh, there's what I wanted. Yeah, I was hearing a little echo, so I was going to mute. And then if you check yes of any of those previous questions, here's where you would elaborate. And you might need to add additional information. Like if it were a structural related issue, you would add maybe a letter from a structural engineer saying, given their opinion of the full nature of the structural problem. So you can add more to it. And then that's it for the property itself. The remaining page and a half is pertaining to the homeowners association, if there is one. Is it in an HOA neighborhood? Then answer as follows. Are there some governing documents? Is it subject to documents like an HOA rules list, covenants, restrictions, mandatory things? Yes, no, or I'm not telling. Same thing. And if yes, who is it? Need to give the info so we can look up, get the details from that HOA, get the information of what those dues are every year, and get those rules themselves so we can give them to the new owner. And then some of the things that apply to the property are questions we need to ask about the HOA. For instance, is there a fee that the HOA charges to the new owner? Because more and more frequently, the homeowners association will charge the new buyer owner for basically setting up the account. Maybe $300, $400, $500. Welcome to the neighborhood. Pay us $500 because you're the new owner. Good thing to tell them. Let's make sure we disclose that. And then any unsatisfied judgments involving the property, any unsatisfied judgments involving the HOA might be in legal trouble. And let's look at the financial statements of the HOA. When they're collecting these dues from all the residents, are they managing it properly? Have they been keeping enough money set aside in case the townhouse building roofs need to be replaced someday? They will be. They'll need to be replaced. If it's a gated community, it's definitely private roads, because one of the conditions for it being a publicly maintained road is that it can be accessible to the emergency vehicles. And so usually a gated community means that those roads are not publicly maintained, they're privately maintained. So all that fun stuff. And then a little list of items that are covered by the HOA fees. Does that include management fees, building maintenance, insurance policy, trash removal, street lights, water, sewer, internet, cable? And that's what it looks like. It's these 4 pages. Out of all these pages, do you think the seller knows these answers off the top of their head every time? Of course not. Do you think an agent who because, we've just preached to you about taking good care of your client, and you might join a firm that says we are a full service firm. We do everything we possibly can for our clients. Do you think a broker might be inclined to help the seller fill this out and maybe just hold it like a survey and ask verbally and say, okay, how old is the roof? And then you check the boxes and you fill out for them? We would love to do that, but we're not allowed to. And that's a testable item. The broker cannot fill this out for the client. We can't fill this out for them, period. But they're 97 years old and they wear 3 sets of bifocals each, and they literally can't read it. I'm sorry, I can't fill it out for you. Do you have a friend, family, neighbor, child, adult child that could come over and translate or read it for you and fill it out for you? I just can't be the one to fill it out for you. We can certainly answer questions. We can tell them what these things mean. We can say, oh, well, see, synthetic stucco is this, and what they mean by hardboard is this. And do you remember when you replaced the roof last by any chance? And here's what this kind of pipe is. PVC versus copper versus galvanized or polybutylene. You can talk them through it. You just can't put pen to paper and fill it out for them as much as you might want to. And believe me, I've wanted to. It'd make it go a lot faster, but you just can't. So that's what this is talking about. And let's pick up the slides here. Here we go. So we can't fill out that form for them. We need to tell them of their responsibility. What is their responsibility? What are their choices? Check yes if there's a problem, no if there's not, or check no representation if you don't want to say either way. And that's it. Here's the other responsibility. Most of their responsibility is, let me go back to it, is in how we deliver it or when we deliver it. And it's on the front page. So we've gotten this filled out by the seller and they've signed it, and we're getting offers on this thing. But what you need to do with this document is summed up in this box halfway down the page. The buyer has the right to receive this disclosure by the time they make an offer. If you, the listing agent, have not made this available to them by the time they write up their offer, then that buyer can usually cancel any contract that might be agreed upon later. They need to receive this document when they make the offer. If they don't, then they have 3 days following when they do finally get this thing, or following when there is a contract that created, during which they can back out just because they don't like what this thing says. Doesn't matter what it says. You didn't get it to them in time. You gave them a loophole to back out within 3 days of receiving it or the contract being formed, whichever happens first. So never be a listing agent that gives the buyer this loophole. Make sure you get this thing filled out and make available to them. The most common way is to put it in the MLS as an attachment so they have access to it. But you could also email it to them, of course. I do both. I put it in the MLS as an attachment and I email it to myself so that real quick in my cloud-based email, if an agent calls me and says, hey, I need the disclosure, I'm about to write an offer, I resist the urge to be sarcastic and say, well, why didn't you get it from the MLS? I just say, okay, what's your email? And I'll forward it from myself to them in that exact moment as soon as possible. I might casually mention, well, it's attached to the MLS, but if you can't access the MLS right now, I'll be glad to email this to you. There's some other things in there that you might want as well, which might be like a features page or a floor plan or something. So just make it as easy on them as possible, even if they're kind of shirking their duties a little bit. Sometimes the buyer agents might lean on you a little more than they need to or they should, but hey, the end what's the goal? The goal is to get your client taken care of. And if that means doing a little bit for the other side, as long as you're not violating the confidentiality of your client, so be it. I'll do a little of the work the other person really should be doing if it makes it all work nice and smooth. And you also want to, if you can, keep a good reputation among other brokers too. Don't just be the one that always fusses at them for not having their act together. They don't need that. If it gets out of hand, then sure, or let your broker in charge do it. But be the person that other agents want to work with. It will benefit you in the multiple offer situation. It'll benefit your client, more importantly, because you might get picked because they know you'll be easy to work with. And they know for a fact a couple of those other agents bringing offers won't be. And maybe they'll share it with their seller client. And the seller will say, well, I don't want that. Let me go for the easy route. And as long as the price and their terms are right, let's go with the one that you have worked with before that seems to know what they're doing and acts like a reasonable human being. You never know, right? Just be the person everybody wants to work with while still, first and foremost, taking care of your client, keeping their stuff private. Segue into this: confidentiality, price, terms, motivation. Keep it secret. Don't be that agent that says, I'm embarrassed to give you this offer. They really can offer more. So just let me know. Let's hold it together. No. Right? Adult up. Be the adult. And embrace the offer, as bad as it may be, as embarrassing as it may be. We can release confidential information about our client. Yes, but only with their permission. That's ridiculous, Neil. Why would you ever get their permission to release confidential information? How about this one? The client says, you know what? I need to get this house sold. And why don't you go ahead and tell everybody in the MLS that I'm a motivated seller? I've seen that show up in property descriptions. And I always think, I hope the seller gave them permission to use that word. And hopefully they did. I'm going to assume that they did. But you do. That's an example, right? Yes, okay, seller. How do you want me to market this property? Do you want me to try to get offers sooner than later, or do you want to capitalize on the money? What's more important to you, Mr. and Ms. Seller, time or money? Well, we got to get this thing sold. We'll give up a little bit of money if we can go ahead and get it closed really soon. Let's hurry up and get an offer. Okay, then maybe we price it accordingly, a little less than everyone else, because lower price probably means faster sale. And then also maybe we tell them that you're motivated. Might encourage them to make a little bit lower offers. But again, if time is your biggest priority, do you give me permission to disclose that you're motivated, or whatever that means, or whatever word to use? So yes, we can tell the world that, but we have to have their permission to do it. Another thing we need to have the seller's permission to reveal is in a multiple offer situation, the fact that there are multiple offers. You can't just tell that information. And it's tempting to do so, because as a listing agent and a bunch of buyer agents call you all excited to hurry up and make an offer, they will ask you, they'll say, I'm sure there's multiple offers. Are there? Do you have multiple offers on this listing? And some agents make the mistake of assuming that their seller would be benefited by going ahead and telling the whole world, yes, we have multiple offers. You better hurry up. But that's not always the case, especially in this kind of market where buyers are burned out from losing multiple offers many times in a row. Therefore, got to get the seller's permission to say whether there's multiples or not. And so as not to discourage a potential buyer from making an offer who might just be exhausted. That buyer might have just tried 5 in a row and lost them all. 5 in a row offers picked. The seller picked something else. Now they're thinking about making an offer on your listing, and their agent calls you and says, my buyer's exhausted. They don't want to make an offer if it's going to be multiples. Do you have multiple offers on this? In my own personal business practice, I would have had this discussion with my seller at the listing originally, and I would have explained this to him, and I would have asked the seller, this is the way I do it. check with your BIC, see what they want you to do. But I say, I'd rather you not give me permission to disclose multiple offers, because what I'd rather say in that moment when they ask me, are there multiples, is, I'm sorry, my seller has not given me permission to disclose that. Now what? Now that burned out buyer who doesn't want to try and compete, what do they have to go on? They're a little more likely to give it a shot. And again, what is the mission as a listing agent? Protect your client, get what's most best for your client, as long as it's legal and with disclosure and reasonable skill and care. So you haven't done anything wrong, but you certainly have not discouraged this potentially frustrated buyer from trying at least. And they might have ended up being the best offer. Just because there's 20 offers on the table doesn't mean there's 20 offers your seller is going to like. And maybe this 21st offer from a buyer who would have run away if they knew that there were competition, maybe that would have ended up the best one for your client. That's what your main mission is. So, testable question. Whose permission does a listing agent need to have to disclose the existence of multiple offers? The seller's. Seller's permission. And the reason I go to all that exhaustive explanation is for this follow-up question. I'm going to go ahead and tell you the answer to this next question is not the seller's permission needed. Here's the question. What if one of those buyer agents calls you and says, okay, between you and me, because, we took that pre-licensing class with that terrible instructor, that bald guy, he was weird. Glad we're done with that. Congratulations for passing, by the way. But between you and me, I'd love to work with you on this. What's it gonna take for your seller to pick my client's offer? What's the highest offer on the table right now? What do we need to beat? Whose permission would you need as a listing agent? Whose permission do you need to tell them the answer to that? It's not the seller's permission needed. There it is. I think we might have covered this before, but you're going to see it, at least on a practice exam. You don't need the seller's permission to discuss the highest offer on the table. Can you disclose the highest offer on the table? Yes. In the rare event, the almost non-existent chance of an event where the offeror of that highest offer, the one making that highest offer, gives you permission to do so. It's never going to happen. But theoretically, yes, you could disclose it, but only with their permission, not with your seller's permission. So just put that on your notes, and be careful with it. We also owe them accounting. We have to maintain the sanctity of their money and their records. Got to keep records for 3 years. We know that. Got to keep their money safe. If our firm chooses to have a trust account and hold clients' earnest money, then we need a trust account to do so, right? We can't just throw it in our operating account. Our broker in charge has to have a special account that is covered in the license, law, and commission rules that you need to know about. You need to know how to handle trust account money, but it's got to be an account just for other people's money. And when we are the broker, how do we get their money into that account? Whether it's our own firm or the other firm who's holding the trust account money or the closing attorney. It could be any of those parties that we're going to let hold the earnest money. So when our client makes an offer, they're going to write 2 checks, potentially. One check is called due diligence money, and that one is made out directly to the seller. We're not going to give it to the seller until the seller accepts our offer, because they could cash it immediately and spend it immediately. So we certainly don't give it to them until it's okay for them to cash it, meaning the offer has been accepted and we are now under contract. But the other one is different. The other one is called earnest money. That is not made out to the seller. The earnest money is made out to whoever is going to hold the money in their possession for a little while until closing. And the way I explain earnest money to the buyer is, hey, buyer, need some earnest money from you. And it's still your money the whole time. You're just being willing to set it aside out of your own reach until the closing day, at which point it will be a credit to your side, that much less that you need to bring to the closing. But it needs to sit somewhere that's not your possession. It's either going to sit in my company's trust account, or if I don't choose to have one, which I don't, firms don't have to have a trust account, and I don't want one, and I don't have one. So when I write an offer for a buyer, I let the other firm hold it. Or if they don't have one either, we let the closing attorney hold it. They're going to have one for sure. Attorneys have trust accounts. So in the meantime, they've written me these 2 checks, and I've got them in my possession. What can I do with them? If I'm a non-provisional broker, which I am, I can put them in a safe place and hang on to them until the point this thing gets accepted, at which point I have to get it turned over so they can deposit it in the trust account within 3 days. But for you, as a new licensee / provisional broker, as a provisional broker, you're not allowed to hold that check any longer than it takes you to give it to your broker in charge. You can't just park it in the file folder and hang on for a few days. As soon as you get it, you got to pass it on to your BIC. So you might want to schedule it properly and handle it and talk to your BIC and find out how they want you to treat that situation, because you can't just hold on to people's money yet, not until you're a non-provisional, and even then limited time frames. So we have an expectation of accounting, and a provisional has to deliver all funds immediately, either to the seller in the case of due diligence money or to their BIC. You can't hold it. Just can't hold it. Also, we have to disclose if we're earning whatever we're earning. Client deserves to know what we're earning. Compensation from anywhere, incentives, bonuses, consideration, items of value. Sometimes builders, not in this market, but in a different kind of market, builder might try to get business. They might be so motivated to get someone to write an offer and get an agent to bring a buyer that they will offer like game tickets. Could be game tickets, could be some other item of value, just as sort of a thing to get your attention. If you're getting anything that has value, you've got to make sure your client knows you're getting it. Because you wouldn't want after the fact your client to say, well, you were pressuring me to pick that builder's house over those other builders' houses, and now I understand why. It's because you were getting whatever, an extra $1,000 bonus or season tickets to the Hornets or whatever it might be, or even 1 game tickets to the Hornets. Got to disclose it. Can't have backroom deals, can't have under the table kickbacks, anything like that. Client has a duty to know. And then finally, reasonable skill and care. We are held to a standard. What you're learning in this course to get this license are the laws and the rules. But there's a lot more to it about reasonable skill and care, how to actually carry out these transactions. You need to know what forms to use, how to do the business. You're going to pick that up in the training you get from your firm, your broker in charge. But our duties don't necessarily end with when the contract is created. We've shown houses to our buyer. We're a buyer agent. We've shown them 45 houses. Hopefully not, but maybe. We've helped them write the offer. We've counseled them, given them advice on the value of the property and the negotiation tactic because of the type of market we're in. Seller's market, we might want to offer above asking price. And how much should I write for due diligence money? Oh, in my experience, probably going to need to do this amount in order to have a shot at winning because the agent told me there's multiple offers. Maybe you were able to learn that information. But once you get everything agreed, you write in the offer and the seller accepted it, and now we're under contract. You're not done. In fact, it's all just begun, because that is just a fraction of your worth and your skill set. As a buyer agent, from the moment the contract is formed to the closing day, that could be a week later. It could be 2 or 3 or 4 or 6 or 10 weeks later. You've got some things to do. You've got to help the client schedule inspections, understand those inspection results, negotiate the repairs based on those inspections, Meet people at the property. Maybe based on the inspection, we discover it needs to have mold removed and the seller won't do it. So the buyer wants to find out how much that's going to cost. Well, you need to meet the mold person out there to let him in on behalf of the listing agent. You're doing this for your client. Could be all manner of things. You could be going back out there back and forth a lot of times and letting people in. It's not just the listing agent that would have to do this. This is for your as far as the listing agent's concerned, their seller's not willing to pay for anything to be fixed. So they have no vested interest in letting your buyers, vendors get into the house because it doesn't affect their seller. Their seller's not paying for that work to be done. So you, the buyer agent, need to do that. Schedule the appointments. Could we let so and so come into the house? I'll be there. I've got to be there too. You need to be there too for the various inspections, at least a portion of them. So you've got a lot of things to do. Maybe help your client understand the loan process, but a good lender is going to carry them through that pretty well. But you might need to lend your assistance in helping them understand it. Depends on their perception, their ability to understand these things, and maybe they trust you a little more. So therefore, you need to help them make sense of their options. So just because you wrote the contract, you're just now starting, and you've got to get all the way to the closing table and show up to the closing too, by the way. Real Estate Commission does not look favorably upon brokers who don't show up to the closing. They require it. They consider it part of our duty. If somebody complained and they found out you didn't show up to closing, you'd probably have something to answer for. And then also reasonable skill and care. Remember, that applies to everybody, clients and customers. We'll talk about this and then we'll have our break. You've got to assist both sides in completing the transaction. Wait, but I only represent the seller or the buyer. What about that other agent? It might be that they don't have one. Maybe you're helping your buyer buy a house that is a for sale by owner. And you need to help that FSBO with the right forms, understanding the forms, help them fill them out. You don't fill them out, but you tell them what it means. Make sure it gets done. You might be sitting at that for sale by owner's kitchen table for 2 hours, talking them through your buyer's offer and helping them understand, I don't want to take that offer, but I do want to do a counter. How do we do that? That's on you. And normally it's not. You're the buyer's agent, but in this case, your buyer chose to buy from a for sale by owner. You've got to do more work. Now, you get paid for that extra work? Probably not. But that's just the way it goes. You got to do stuff for the other side because it helps your person accomplish their goal. So that's why they're talking about assisting both sides in completing the transaction. Let's have a break. We'll come back and talk about customer stuff, not just client stuff. I'll see you in 10 minutes. halfway point. Okay. Reasonable skill and care, work on our client's behalf, even the person on the other side of the transaction, assist both sides in completing the transaction. And you're not done once the contract is formed. You got to get all the way to closing. Sometimes you got to go beyond closing. Maybe you agreed to follow up with something after closing. You are obligated to fulfill your promises. Here's what we owe to the customer. We know what we owe to our client. Stuff we owe to our client is the old car, all of it, all 6 old car items. But to our customer, we owe disclosure and reasonable skill and care, which includes honesty and fairness. That's what we owe the customer. The customer is the one on the other side of the transaction. If you're the buyer agent, your customer, to you, the customer is the seller. If you're the listing agent, to you, the customer is the buyer. So here you are on the left because it's your client. You owe them all of old car, that they are your principal, and the customer on the other side, to you as the customer, that's the third party, also known as third party, and to them you owe stuff too. You owe disclosure, reasonable skill, care, honesty, fairness. Know what you're doing. Be honest and fair about doing it for everybody. And then that disclosure is to everybody, regardless of who you're representing, and voluntarily. That means, the roof leaks, you got to tell the whole world. Doesn't matter that the client is your buyer. You should tell more than just your buyer that the roof leaks, or more than just the seller that that you found out something material about the property. Material. We've talked about material facts. Give me some examples of material facts in the chat. When I say the word material fact, what comes to mind? Give me an example of a material fact. What's a material fact? Roof leaks. Classic. I always go to that one. Now, that's something that comes to mind. We're thinking of the house itself, but the definition of material fact goes beyond the house. Goes beyond the plumbing or electrical problems or the roof leaks or the mold or whatever. By the way, if the house has mold, is that a material fact? What makes it a material fact? Well done, by the way. I think the official phrase is an unusual amount in an unusual location, but essentially it's not just a little speck of mold, but at least a square foot of mold or more. That's now a material fact. So mold could be a material fact if it's enough of it. So not just a little 1 inch piece, but like a foot or more, whatever that looks like. But what else could be a material fact besides that the roof leaks, besides the property itself? How could the phrase is about the property, that's like the roof leaks, but another one is about the area surrounding the property or related to the property. What sort of a material fact might be involving the area surrounding the property? Yeah, some good stuff coming in. Good job. Airport, noisy flight pattern above, goes over the house 3 times a day. And here in Concord, yeah, there it is, near a landfill, sure. Also near a noisy speedway, at least 2 times a year, May and October, we have a really noisy races. And then several times throughout the year, we also have a drag strip. And there's a neighborhood that is sloped so that you overlook the drag strip from certain yards and streets in that neighborhood. You can see it. The Charlotte Motor Speedway drag strip, and that's really loud because it's kind of wide open. At least in the oval, the Charlotte Motor Speedway, it kind of a little bit self-contained, although you can still hear it. But it's almost like it's pointed up into the air. The drag strip is just right there. There's no dome. There's no pit or anything it's down in. Looks like this. Material facts include the property itself, but also the area surrounding the property. And also that thing we talked about earlier, the ability of the principals to act or to complete the transaction. Did the buyer get approved for the loan? Or more importantly, did they not get approved for the loan? That's a material fact that affects their ability to complete the transaction, therefore must be disclosed to the other party. And then number 4, anything important to the principals. They might be scared of termites. Just because it's got one little old termite that once upon a time came up and nibbled a little bit and then went away forever. Nothing structural, just the mark of one single little termite tooth. But to this buyer, they're not buying a house that has ever been introduced to a termite, no matter what. So to them, that is a material fact. It might be the type of zoning. It's important to this buyer to be able to operate their home-based business. And therefore, any neighborhood, any house in a neighborhood that doesn't allow home-based businesses isn't going to work for them. So to that buyer, that's a material fact. So anything that's important to the client, to the principals, client or customer for that matter. This is the stuff we're dealing with about the property, structural things, mechanical things. This is the stuff that might be nearby or related to the properties, landfills, airports, zoning, maybe a big road going in. This is the stuff, the money stuff. We talked about all 3 of them so far. Loan denial for the seller, the foreclosure notice, or the choice to declare bankruptcy, but not late mortgage payments. That is not a material fact. And then anything important. Pet restrictions might be that. Some people are really allergic and they can't live in any place that has ever had a pet in it, no matter how much they clean the carpet. Or they have a breed of animal or a breed of dog that the insurance company won't cover. There's a kind of a hot list of certain breeds that the insurance company has determined are more likely to cause claims. And I think pit bulls, chows, probably Rottweilers, I'm guessing here, but those kinds of breeds, not that they're necessarily more aggressive in general, but because of claims those insurance companies have dealt with related to certain breeds, they've chosen to make those breeds not coverable. Maybe if you have that breed and you want insurance to buy this house, might have trouble. So any sort of restrictions surrounding that, covenants, HOA rules, polybutylene pipe that has leaked is definitely a material fact that you have to disclose. So let's get into that part. 3 things. There are 3 specific issues that you always have to disclose, no matter what. And here's how that works. The polybutylene pipe, on the left, it's gray. And originally it was the fittings, those corner pieces. It looks green right there, but that's actually a brass fitting that turned green from corrosion. But sometimes those fittings are actually also made out of the gray stuff. That's what tends to fail first, but the pipes have been known to fail as well, the straight lengths of it. And something about maybe the chlorine in the water can wear away at the poly, and I'm out of my depth here, but they're just more prone to leaking sometimes. And they were the predominant type of pipe used in the 80s and 90s. So class action lawsuits related to the huge failure rate of polybutylene pipe in houses built in the 80s and 90s. Such a big issue that now it's got a special kind of an asterisk next to it. And so if a house has this gray polybutylene piping in it, that is not a material fact. Pay attention to me on this one. Write this one down. A house has polybutylene piping. Is that a material fact? No. The fact that it has poly pipes is not material, but if those polybutylene pipes have ever leaked, even if now they are fixed, replaced, repaired, not even there anymore, but they once upon a time were in there and they leaked, now that's a material fact that must be disclosed. Because of the failure rate, right? Because of the big problem that has been. And so even if they're repaired or replaced, like now they redid it. They spent $50,000 replacing all the poly. Can you imagine what's involved in replacing pipes in a completed house, in all the walls and the floor? They basically have to cap off what's there and drill new holes through the floor and through the walls and take down some lengths of sheetrock and run new piping in. It's a lot of work, a lot of money to re-pipe an entire house. To also run new electrical lines is expensive too. But to replumb an entire house, even if they did that, and now there's no working polybutylene, it's still in there, but it's not used anymore. There's no more water in any of it. But because it's got poly pipes that once upon a time leaked, even if they don't even use them anymore, maybe there's still some moisture damage in the walls somewhere. There could be. Can't, without taking down all the walls and looking at every little square inch, which is next to impossible, you can't know. Therefore, what is a material fact? Not that the house has been built with poly pipes, but that those pipes maybe once upon a time leaked, even if they don't leak anymore, and even if they've been replaced. And then synthetic stucco is a similar situation, but synthetic, not hard coat. There's two kinds of stucco. What I call real stucco is the hard coat stuff. Let me show you some pictures here. The hard coat stucco is built sort of like a brick house. A brick house has a layer of air. You lay that brick, and there's actually a little space behind the brick. So if moisture ever got behind the brick, it would be able to escape. And if you're walking around a brick house and you look maybe a foot or 2 or 3 feet up from the ground, every several feet in the mortar, there's a hole. There's probably a hole in the mortar. That's not a mistake. That's by design, because that's like a vent hole to that space, that little space behind the brick, to allow moisture to escape. And so a hard coat stucco house has a similar method. It's got a space behind it. Let's see if this shows that. No, that's something different. So hard coat has the breathing space, so to speak, but synthetic does not. Synthetic stucco is like a sandwich. There is no space at all back there. So it's sort of like this. EIFS, I never know what that stands for. I never remember. But you'll see, if you see the acronym EIFS, that's another phrase for a synthetic stucco. You've got the sheathing of the house exterior. Then you've got some insulation. Then you've got some metal or glass fiber. Then you've got a base coat that they smear on it. And then they finally put the pretty finish coat of the synthetic stucco. There's no airspace in here. So frequently a synthetic stucco house or any stucco house has window features that are poking out from the house. Let me see if there's an example here. You can kind of tell with this, but the part over the window there, this arched window and also in the doorway, that garage doorway over here, that actually juts out about an inch or two from the face of the wall. And then each of these things, these square looking things on the corners called coins, that's just an architectural term, they jut out from the wall. If the little seam on top of these features gets a crack in it, moisture can get down in there. And so that moisture could just be hanging out back in those walls amongst that wood, those wood layers. And this eventually can happen. Synthetic stucco, there's the foam board, there's the wood board, and it probably got in around this windowsill over here and maybe up around the roof line over here, and all of that needed to be pulled down. So if they pulled it down, maybe this owner didn't just take this amount of it down, but took the whole house worth off. And the house is no longer considered a synthetic stucco house. They bricked it up instead. Even if they do that, replace the entire house, and it's no longer officially a stucco house, doesn't matter. We still have to disclose that it once upon a time had synthetic stucco. Because again, big class action. When I got in the business in 1996, synthetic stucco was just in its heyday. People were really starting to realize that they had done it wrong. It's not a bad product. It's just that you have to keep it waterproof. You've got to keep those areas that protrude out from the surface of the wall on the exterior sealed up. The part over windows and doors and features, that has that 90-degree angle. And if you let that get cracked and don't keep it sealed with caulking, some sort of sealant, moisture can get down in there and it causes a big problem. Not the same as hard coat stucco, because that has an air gap. Synthetic stucco, even if it's been repaired or completely replaced, still could have lurking moisture issues, rotting it out from the inside like house cancer, right? Still could have those issues, mold and rot. Even if it's been repaired or replaced on the outside, that moisture could be down in the inside guts that you can't even get to or see. So these are the three things that are material fact, even if fixed, even if no longer around. The last one is my favorite. Goes back to Breaking Bad, Walter White, right? The meth lab. The house was used to produce or cook meth in the basement, for instance. If there was ever meth produced in the house, it's a material fact. How do you know? You may not. But if you do know, you got to tell. One way as a buyer agent to maybe find out about these major kind of situations, especially if your client is particularly worried about them, is to get something from the seller. And it's called a CLUE report. CLUE is the acronym. Stands for Comprehensive Loss Underwriting Exchange. And a seller is entitled to one free CLUE report of their house every year, just like you're entitled to a free credit report, just as a human every year. So the CLUE report doesn't go back forever necessarily. I think it might even just go back 7 years or something. But if your buyer is particularly worried about something that might have been a major insurance claim, maybe a flood-related thing or one of these things, ask the listing agent to get the seller to provide a CLUE report. And it's also the thing, as we'll learn about in the insurance chapter, it's something that the insurance underwriter is going to do and look at as well. They're going to check it out before they decide whether or not to write an insurance policy covering the property, because they want to see, were there any major claims that maybe indicate a recurring problem with this house. So maybe one of these three items would have resulted in a pretty big claim that might reveal itself if you see that CLUE report. It's not a standard. I don't see it all the time. I don't necessarily ask for it all the time, but it's an available thing. It's certainly possible. And that brings us to an old friend, something we've seen before from the first week. And here it is in the actual textbook material. What are we as brokers not allowed to do? What can we get in trouble for? Disciplinary action could be because of one of these four things. So, willful versus negligent, misrepresentation or omission. Just forget about the willful or negligent for a minute. What does it mean to misrepresent to someone? What have we done if we misrepresented to them? Good. Give me a couple more. There we go. There we go. Yeah, you've all got the same thing in common. You're saying we expressed something. We gave information out. And that's the big key. And it's easy to get this stuff confused. Sometimes you think it sounds like your omission, but it was actually misrepresentation. Because if you told them, no, there's no problems, you omitted telling them about the problem. That's not omission. You told them a thing. That's what makes it misrepresentation. Whether you told them, no, there are no problems, or you told them it's zoned for residential, but it's really zoned for agricultural. If you're telling them a thing, as you all have mentioned, therefore, I think you have a pretty good grasp of this. The misrepresentation means you either told it or wrote it, but you addressed it, you expressed it. That's misrepresentation. The omission is when you kept your mouth shut. And then we need to check and see which of those happened. When you read the test question, they'll give you a paragraph scenario. Which is it? Figure out, was it a thing you said or the agent said or expressed or wrote? That would be misrepresentation. Or was it a thing they should have talked about but they kept their mouth shut? That would have been omission. Once you've figured out that question, now figure out, did they do it on purpose to defraud, or did they do it because they didn't know they should have not done it, or they didn't know they should have done it? Was it negligence or was it willful? And if you do it in that order, it'll be a little more clear that you'll pick the right one. Because willful misrepresentation is just straight up a lie. Willful means the agent knew it and said something different, or they left it out, right? They could have. Willful just means they knew better. Negligent means they should have checked. They should have found out, and they didn't bother. So I guess another word for negligent would be lazy, potentially. They just didn't do the work. Willful means they knew better. And then willful misrepresentation is a lie. Negligent misrepresentation is they said something without checking. So they lied then too. It's just that they either lied to be malicious or they lied to be lazy. Now, another material fact issue, or not, another thing that they could test you on. Tell me this. What if you list a property and the seller tells you, they get tears in their eyes and they say, well, you seem like a great person and we really appreciate you helping us out with this, and maybe we should just tell you the backstory. Turns out we love this neighborhood, we love the house, but 3 years ago, our teenage son accidentally killed himself, accidentally committed suicide. True story. Had a neighbor where that happened to him. And so I needed to sell this house for them because their son had accidentally killed himself. What is your requirement as the listing agent when you find out there was a death in the house, in the property? Do you have to tell? Suicide, death from sickness, death from AIDS or HIV, none of that is a material fact. There you go. In fact, takes it a step further. If it's AIDS or HIV, you can't say that it was a death because of AIDS or HIV, even if they ask directly. I can't answer that. In compliance with fair housing laws, I can't answer that question. Can't even talk about it because that's a disability. But death or suicide, your choice, your seller's choice really would be the first thing. If your seller doesn't care what you do, then that's up to you, your firm, your BIC's policy, but it's really up to you at that point. Do you want to disclose it? So in the latest CE course, they actually say an agent could choose not to answer. You could say, well, I don't choose to answer this question. But if you do answer the question, you've got to tell the truth. You can't lie about it, obviously. Death or suicide, but also the location of a registered sex offender in the area, that is not a material fact. And then also ghosts, haunted house. If you know that it has ghosts in it, know that it's haunted, not a material fact. Therefore, does not require disclosure. So, what if a seller thinks their home is haunted? They have an odd feeling of a presence, they see strange shadows. Must you disclose it? No, not unless you're asked, and even then, you could choose not to answer. So, stigmatized property is what those are called. Must the broker disclose this to potential buyers? We say maybe because if you do answer, you got to tell the truth. You can't just lie about it. There's some other things when it comes to disclosure. The things that we can and should do on the left, we need to account for their funds. We need to be competent in our actions. We need to deliver all offers, no matter if there's past a deadline, no matter if we're already under contract. We need to disclose any items of value, commissions, rebates, bonuses. We're not allowed to make false promises. If we promise something, we have to carry it out, or otherwise face disciplinary action. We have to disclose any conflict of interest. Can you engage in a conflict of interest? Yes, with full disclosure from your client. And we cannot act improperly. What are we subject to if we do this stuff wrong? Certainly disciplinary action. One of those 4 things: reprimand, censure, suspension, or revocation. Also, we could be guilty, or we could face civil suits. We can always get sued. Anybody can sue anybody. And then some of them we could face criminal prosecution. We could get all 3. We have to deal with all 3 potentially. So those are our agent duties for disclosure, reasonable skill and care, all that stuff. What duties does a seller have in this agency relationship? Seller is held to a certain standard too. Yes, they can check no representation, but they have to act in good faith or face consequences, and they're supposed to pay us at a certain point. So, testable item. Tell me, give me more. Is what only in North Carolina? The stigmatized property thing? Is that what you're asking about? I'm not sure. I think it is yeah, that's only a North Carolina thing, in fact, because I was talking to another instructor not long ago, and ghosts are actually a material fact, I think, in California, she said, or some other state. And she also said, it turns out, maybe it wasn't California, but turns out not only are they a material fact required to disclose, but many times it makes a property worth more. So I immediately joked with her and said, well, I bet there's a lot of undocumented haunted houses in that state, because if I were so inclined, I would claim haunted nature just to squeak out another 10%. I have a feeling that might be happening at that place. So yeah, that's North Carolina specific. Okay, seller duties: act in good faith, but also pay us. But when we earned the commission is different than when we actually receive the commission. That's a testable item. Write that in your notebook. When do we earn it? Whether a buyer agent or a listing agent, when have we officially considered to have earned the commission? It's not at closing. That's when we're probably going to get paid. That's pretty good. Pretty good guess. Acceptance of the contract by the seller, that's pretty darn close. After recorded, that would be more like after when it's all closed. So earned commission versus get paid the commission. When we look in the next chapter, we'll see some agency documents. We'll just kind of skim them. You don't have to do an exhaustive look at it. We'll cover that in post licensing. I just taught a post 301 last week, and that was all about deep dive into agency. And what we learned there, and really emphasize, is that we're officially considered to have earned the commission when we produce a ready, willing, and able buyer. Whether we're the buyer agent bringing them, or whether with a listing agent and that buyer is brought by another agent firm, if we have produced to the seller a ready, willing, and able buyer, that's officially when when we have earned the money. They're not paying us at that point, though. What could be the time frame difference between those events? Well, ready and willing, if you had to prove that in a court of law, if you had to sue the seller for your commission, the judge said, well, when did you produce a ready, willing, and able buyer? You would say, well, they made an offer on January 30th. It was accepted on January 30th. Is it? I forgot. January. I just totally blanked. Is that a 31-day month? Yeah. Just blanked. I should look it up. Yeah, it's today. Oh boy. Pause for laughing at the instructor. They accepted on January 31st. We're under contract today. So they're ready and willing, but are they able? Are they borrowing the money? Yes, they're getting a loan. Has that loan been approved? No, because we just went under contract. The closing is going to be at the end of February. Therefore, probably won't get loan approval until maybe a week before closing, usually. That lender needs time to decide if they really want to give them the money. Therefore, you've produced a ready and willing buyer, but not yet an able buyer. That has not yet been proven till the loan gets approved. But the seller backs out tomorrow. Seller backs out. They just completely say, I don't want to sell anymore. Don't even ask me why. Well, they breached. They don't have the same situation as the buyer. The buyer can back out for any reason or no reason, anytime. And all that really that depends on is how much money they're going to have to walk away from. Either the due diligence money or the earnest money or both. But the seller, if they back out, they really need to take the signing of that offer and going under contract. They really need to take that super seriously, because they can't just decide not to sell anymore once they're under contract without the consequences. What are the consequences of a seller who backs out? They could get sued for specific performance. They could also get sued to reimburse the buyer for everything that buyer has spent on inspections, appraisals, surveys, the deposit for earnest money, due diligence money, everything. It's a lot. It's a big deal. So if your seller backs out, breaches the contract tomorrow, do they owe you money? Do they owe you the commission? Well, if the buyer needs to get a loan and that hasn't yet been approved, then probably not. You're probably not winning that in court, because what you've produced is a ready and willing buyer, but not yet proven an able buyer. However, if that buyer is making a cash offer and we can prove the proof of funds, right? Ready, willing, and able, because it's cash. So yeah, you might could sue that seller to pay you your commission. It might be that you don't want to sue your seller. You're a listing agent. You don't really want to develop the reputation of suing your client. Some people feel that way. Valid. But maybe the buyer agent says, your seller breached like 4 days into the contract for no good reason. No reason is really a good reason. It's still considered a breach, and I produced a ready, willing, and able buyer paying cash. Therefore, I'm suing you for the commission, Mr. Listing Agent. And therefore, you might need to sue your seller so that you can pay that buyer agent, for instance. See how that could work? So you've earned it at the point where you've produced a ready, willing, and able buyer. But let's say it's a nice, happy, typical transaction. You produce that buyer, their loan gets approved a week before closing. Now they're able, ready and willing, yes, now able as well. Now a week later, we have closing or settlement. Everybody signs, it gets recorded. Now the money is dispersed. Keys are given to buyer, proceeds are given to seller, agents, brokers get their checks that are made out to their individual firms. I get my check and I take it to my firm, turn it in with paperwork, and the firm gives me my cut. Happy day. So I've made it. I have it in my hand maybe several days, maybe a couple of weeks after I actually earned it. But regardless, the seller's duties are to pay the agent, depending on if the agent has done that producing of the ready, willing, and able buyer. In North Carolina, we have this Latin phrase. It's also applicable in some other states. But this will show up in your North Carolina part of the exam. And it's a Latin phrase that means let the buyer beware. Caveat emptor. Let the buyer beware. It sounds pretty ominous. What is it talking about? It's saying That buyer needs to beware of who? Let the buyer beware of who? I gave you two choices. Let the buyer beware of the seller or the agent. Which one? Let the buyer beware of the seller or of the agent? Broker. Yeah, not the broker. We brokers have to disclose and provide reasonable skill and care. But let the buyer beware of the seller, because that seller can just sit there and not tell him anything about the property. Check no representation. I'm not telling you. I do know things are wrong, but I'm not telling you. And that is their legal right. Because the buyer, the assumption is the buyer has the right to do their own investigation. Hire whatever professionals they want. Go see it. Go look at it exhaustively. Tag along behind the inspector. Let their uncle from California who built a house 3 years ago or 30 years ago come take a look. Whoever they want to, within reason, meaning as long as they don't just pop up unannounced. They need to make appointments and things. But the buyer can have anybody they want try to find out these things that the seller has chosen not to answer on the disclosure. But there's a limit to that. While the seller can check no representation, they're still not allowed to defraud the buyer. They can't just intentionally hide something in a way that there's next to no chance that buyer or their inspector would ever find it. Like a water problem recurring in the basement, and they dry everything out and they paint the watermark, the mud marks on the wall with a nice new coat of white, kills it kind of white paint, and make it look, but they didn't fix the problem. It's still, they just got lucky and it's not going to rain for another month in the summertime. That would be considered a latent defect, Latent, a latent defect, where they are trying to hide something that the buyer or their inspector has no chance of discovering. And if they do discover it after they are the owner, they could come back and sue the seller for a latent defect like that. But in general, if it's not something the seller is intentionally trying to hide, they can just check no representation and be okay. But let the buyer beware. We know this. We've talked about this a lot lately already. A universal agent gives someone unlimited power, lets them do anything for anybody in any kind of business dealings or personal dealings. It's created either by court order. A court could say this person is a universal agent for you, probably an attorney, or a power of attorney, which could be even a non-attorney. We've talked about that a lot. There's the general agent that is a property manager. Property manager for an owner is a general agent. They can approve tenants, evict them, sign leases, authorize maintenance, spend the money. They can spend the owner's money on their behalf because they have a heightened level of responsibility as a general agent compared to a special agent, because that's the nature of the work as a property manager. You kind of have a bit of you have authorization to spend the money without checking on each little thing. That owner probably says, look, if it's up to this amount of money, like a water heater blows up, well, that could be like $1,000 or $2,000. A gas water heater might cost $800 or $900. Then to get it put in is another $800 or $900. And plus, it was a late night situation, emergency, had to get it done because maybe it's the winter time or something. And so all of that, it was a $2,000 issue. And that property manager could have upfront authorization and not have to even bring it up to the owner in the moment. They can just write the check on their behalf and spend the owner's money because they're a general agent, not just a special agent. We, in the sales side, basically every other agency relationship other than property management, whether we're representing a seller or a buyer or a tenant, none of those things bring with it the need to spend the person's money on their behalf. So we would always check in if we're a special agent. We're always going to say, what do you want to do? Here are your choices. Which one do you want to do? And I'll tell them. We're basically the communicator. We're the advisor, the counselor, the professional with real estate advice, but also whatever you want me to accomplish, I'll tell them your wishes. Okay, well, here's what they said about that. Now what do you want to do? Okay, I'll tell them. But you'll never sign the bottom line for them. You don't sign contracts for them when you're a special agent. The other type of general agent is between the broker and a firm for their firm on the firm's behalf. Because again, we can sign agency agreements, negotiate offers and contracts for our firm, communicate with firm clients. We're the intermediary. The firm is the agent, but we're the sub-agent to our firm and the main contact person for the client. We're the one the client looks to. And frankly, most of the time, the client is hiring our firm, not because it's our firm, but because we work for our firm, because they like us. And if we leave that firm, they might want to go with us to the next firm. But you can't just take them with you necessarily. That's a whole other thing. But this is a general agency relationship from a broker on behalf of their firm. We get to make decisions for our firm. Our BIC doesn't want to have to sign off on every listing agreement or every buyer agency agreement. That is not the procedure. They just want us to get as many of those as we can. Get as many listings and buyers as you can. Let me know that you got them. Congratulations. I don't need to sign it. You signed it for us. You, the broker in the firm, signed on the firm's behalf because that's your purpose. That's why you're there. So brokerage, what is that definition of brokerage? If we're a broker, like a stockbroker, like a broker in other fields, really means you're pulling people together. You're pulling the principals together. You're the instrument bringing a buyer and a seller together in the marketplace. Whatever the marketplace is, houses, stocks, that's what, or mortgages. You could be a mortgage broker. You're bringing the borrower and the lender together as a mortgage broker. So in our field of real estate, we're bringing the buyer and the seller together. Might not even just be us. Might also be another broker bringing the buyer and we're bringing the seller. But that's brokerage. And it goes back to what is the definition? What requires a real estate license? If we are licensed to negotiate or sell an interest in real property for others for a fee, we are a broker. And then if you're a provisional broker, that means you're still a broker, but for a limited amount of time. You can't be a provisional broker forever. How long? What's the maximum amount of time that you can be a provisional broker and still make money selling houses for people? There's a deadline to being a provisional broker. How long is that? A little longer, not 180 days. Here's another way to ask it. How long do you have to take those 3 post-licensing classes? As a provisional broker, you have to take more education, 3 30-hour post-licensing courses, and you have 18 months to do it. There you go. Good job, Tony. A year and a half, 18 months. Some old agent friend of yours that got their license a million years ago might think that it's 3 years because it used to be 3 years, but it's no longer. Be careful who you listen to. Don't take pre-licensing pass the exam advice from some agent that's been selling houses for years because they don't know the latest laws and rules. Be careful. This is an easy point to get. We hammer it in your faces. So go ahead and write it down. Get it down now. The education. You're going to pass this class with a 75 or better on the final exam. That's going to give you authorization to apply to the Real Estate Commission. And then the Real Estate Commission will say, okay, now go get the PSI exam. Go take that exam. So you'll pay $100 to the Real Estate Commission for the application fee. You'll pay $56 to the PSI Corporation or company. They are the testing company to take the state-sponsored exam. All right, this the exam required by the Real Estate Commission to actually get your license. Once you take and pass that, in the meantime, you would have had a background search done, which in the next 2 weeks, maybe 2 to 3 weeks from now, go ahead and order that background search, by the way. You've got to use the source that the commission requires. It's in the Relink book. The website web address is in the Relink book. And you've ordered that. They've received the results. You received the results in your email. They got it too at the same time. So the commission is not going to look at it yet until they get word that you've passed the PSI. And then once you've passed the PSI, they look at your background. They do what they call a character assessment. They will issue you a real estate license. What is that real estate license status? Is it active or is it inactive? Inactive. You cannot sell houses yet. What do you have to do to activate your nice, new, fresh real estate license? Something required still. One more thing to do before you can actually go about trying to sell houses or whatever you're going to do in this business. In order to activate, there it is, affiliate with a firm. Pick a BIC. Pick a broker in charge. Pick a firm. When you do that, you might interview with several different firms. You might not like what they tell you. You might get a feeling that they're promising training, but you really don't see any evidence that they're going to train you the way you want to be trained. Don't forget, you're doing 100% income, 100% commission business. Be picky. This is not the same as a W-2 employee-employer relationship where you're really hoping they give you the job. When you're 100% commission employee, what is their not employee, but independent contractor, what is that firm's downside in hiring you? Really nothing. They'll give just about anybody a chance to prove themselves. They'll give anybody 6 months to see if they're going to really try, because they're going to make money whenever you earn money. It's not really costing them anything. Therefore, be picky. Don't be a jerk about it, but interview them just like they're interviewing you. Ask them good questions. Friendly, nice, but don't just have your hat in your hand and please hire me, please. There's a ton of options. So kind of go in there with that attitude, like, let's just see if it's a good fit, because it might not be. There's a lot of options. So make sure it's something that's going to give you the training that you need, whatever that is. You may not want much. You might want them just to give you sort of a push, like a boot camp, 2 or 3 weeks of here's how the forms work, and then let me just do my thing, ask you questions as I go. They will still insist on being plugged in with you while you're provisional, because that BIC is still responsible for you to a high degree while you're provisional. But for the most part, the training offered is the biggest reason that a new agent is going to pick a firm. Whatever the situation, you've picked a firm, they've picked you, they're willing to give you a shot. They're just going to tell the real estate commission with an online form on the real estate commission website, yep, she's with us now. She's one of us. We are affiliating. She's affiliating with us. Now you're a provisional broker with a license on active status. And now, well, not just now, but even back when the real estate commission first gave you the license, maybe 3 weeks ago before you even started interviewing, you got that provisional inactive license. That's when the clock started ticking for these 18 months. Now you only have 18 months to keep getting more education. 3 30-hour classes, post-licensing, 1, 2, and 3, 301, 302, 303, in any order, by the way. They tend to run about a couple $100, by the way, maybe $190, $200, maybe a little less. And if you maybe order all 3, we did a deal. We think we're still doing a deal where if you buy all 3 from us, we'll give you like $100 discount or something. So those things, but you can get it done maybe even in a month or 2. If you want to just do nothing but take classes and knock out 90 hours total, 330s, you could be done way before that 18 months is up. But don't wait until after the 18 months or your license goes inactive again, right? Just a little recap there. So no matter how much time you're a provisional broker, whether it's a couple of months because you got them all done real quick, or you took the full 18 months to finish them, you've got to be under close supervision of that broker in charge, because they are responsible for your choices. And if you mess up, they have to answer for it. So a good BIC is going to make sure you're well trained and they're available to you. Back when I taught these post licensing classes in person in a classroom where people actually were sitting in handshake distance and breathing on each other and stuff, I would occasionally at breaks, people would come up and talk to me and they'd ask me BIC questions. And I'd think, why aren't you asking your BIC? It turns out it was because the BIC wasn't very responsive. And then maybe they came back a month or two later to take another post, the next one, and I'd noticed that their business card looked different because they left. They moved on. If you're not getting what you need, there's lots of choices, right? Get someone good who's going to give you the guidance, mentorship, and training. As a provisional broker, you got to be supervised well. That principle. Oh, break time. We'll talk more about the rest of this. I'll see you in 10 minutes. let's look at some of these terms. We know this. The principal is the client. The firm is the agent of the principal. And the brokers within that firm are subagents to that client, that seller, maybe, or the buyer. That principal, whatever they are. Principal could be a buyer, seller, landlord, tenant. What's involved in creating this thing? Creating agency. Okay. All agency agreements have to be in writing, right? A listing agreement has to be in writing from the very beginning. You can't market a property for sale until you have a listing agreement in writing, period. There is no oral listing agreement option. The oral agency option, the only one is buyer agency, could be oral agency to begin with, but it's got to be converted to writing at time the offer is made. So what else has to be in writing? Everything. Dual agency. We need to get their permission if we're willing to do dual agency, and if they're willing to allow us to. We'll talk about what that really means in a little while. That has to be given to us in writing. Property management. If we're going to manage somebody's investment property, collecting rent, taking care of it, finding tenants, evicting tenants, the things a property manager does, that needs to be in writing too. We're going to get into that. There's a whole chapter on property management and leasing and landlord and tenant laws. But when we do, I'll remind you of this. The property management agreement is between who? The broker, or the firm the broker works for, and the owner of the property in question. What else is between the firm and the owner of the property? What other kind of agency agreement is between the firm and the property owner? Property management is something we do to get hired to take care of their rental property, but what if we're hired by an owner to help them sell their property? So anytime you're thinking about a property management agreement, parallel it with a listing agreement. One is involving rental and one is involving a sale, but you're basically, both of them, you have an arrangement, you and your firm are working for that owner of the property. With the listing agreement, you're working with that owner because they want to sell it. With the property management agreement, you're working with the owner because they want to keep it but rent it out. They want you to handle the renting out of it. Another type of agency agreement is the independent contractor services agreement. Independent contractor services agreement. Who is that between? That's between you and your firm, but that's an agency agreement too. When your firm hires you, when you decide to work with that firm, you've picked that BIC, chosen that firm affiliation, you'll sign an independent contractor services agreement. Basically saying you are not an employee. You're an independent contractor. That means we're going to pay you based on a percentage of the commission as opposed to a salary. And so that's just another agency agreement that's going to be in writing. And then also a tenant representation agreement. That's when you're helping a renter. Somebody wants to rent a place first, not buy it, but they need to find a rental, and you could help them. You're not going to make a bunch of money at it, but it could help you make a relationship where they trust you. They send more people, more referral business your way. Maybe you end up even selling a property to their cousin who can buy a house. But it's because you helped the first person rent a place. And then maybe when they're done renting that place a year later, maybe they'll let you help them buy one. So written agreement is the way to have an agency agreement. What is not allowed is implied agency. You've got to be very intentional and communicate this agency thing. Implied agency is illegal. You're basically making that potential client assume how you're representing them based on your actions. You're not saying it, you're not expressing it. There's the word. Express agency is good. Implied agency is bad. because express agency is either in writing or verbally, the one case of oral buyer agency, but you're saying, here's how this works between you and me. Implied agency means that they're just guessing that you're working for them because you're helping them. But it might be that you don't have a legal obligation to help them and take care of and protect their secrets. They just think you are. Maybe you're really friendly to that for sale by owner, and so they like you. And so they tell you, well, your buyer offered $490, but we're going to counter with $500. But to be honest, we would take the $490. But let us just try the $500 first. If that for sale by owner seller tells you that, then what do you have to do with that information? You brought them an offer for $490,000. They like you because you're so darn likable. That's why you're in this business. You built rapport very easily. They like you. But they tell you stuff that affects their negotiating position. They tell you something in confidence. And you're going to have to tell your buyer that. You better. You're obligated to tell your buyer that information. So don't ever let them get to that point of assuming through your implied actions, your implication, that you're looking out for them in any legal way. You are helping them, giving them reasonable skill, care, honesty, fairness, but that does not include them being able to tell you the lowest they would take without knowing that you're going to be obligated to share that with the other side, because the other side is your side. So all agency agreements must be in writing. There it is. What's an example, by the way? If we were talking about an express contract versus an implied contract, in just your normal day-to-day life, what's an example of an express contract that you may have engaged in yourself personally over the last week or month or so? You engaged in an implied contract. You did. I'm pretty confident that every one of you have done this in the last month at least. You engaged in an implied contract. How so? How would you have done that? Based on your actions, someone assumed that you were actually going to pay when you walked into that restaurant or that Starbucks. Starbucks is a bad example because you got to pay before they give it to you. But let's say a traditional restaurant, as nice as it could be, Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in Charlotte. Can't say that too fast. Nice place. Heck, Cheesecake Factory ain't cheap. You go into any of those places, you could accumulate $100 or $150 bill. You and one other person could easily get to $100 or $120 real quick. And they never asked you for a proof of funds letter from your bank. They never asked you for a pre-approval letter from a lender. They just brought you the food and you ate it, right? You might have gauged the different distance to the front door, tried to decide, am I too full to be able to sprint out of here real quick and get out of here without paying? That's implied based on your actions. We don't do that in real estate. Can't do that. Things have to be in writing. Just because we're compensated by a party doesn't mean that's the party that we owe things to. Because typically in this business, the seller pays their broker, their firm, their listing firm, and that listing firm shares with us if we're the buyer agent working for the buyer firm. But just because the money is originating from the seller doesn't mean that we owe them anything more than basic disclosure, reasonable skill, and care. We represent our client first and foremost, always, regardless of where we're getting paid from. Compensation and representation are irrelevant to each other. When can this agency relationship go away? In what ways could agency get terminated? What's the best way that we could no longer have an agency agreement with our client? What's the best, happiest way? There you go. There it is. We're looking at it. Completion, fulfillment, the thing everybody wanted. Maybe along the way it got messy. Maybe along the way somebody backed out or somebody decided they didn't want to do it anymore, and then maybe some of this other stuff happened. But the best way that we all hope for is the way that puts money in our pocket and takes care of the client: completion, satisfaction, fulfillment. Agency's done at that point. You can't sign an agency agreement that lasts you for your whole lifespan and your client's whole lifespan, as much as you might want to. But if you do it right, they're going to keep coming back to you. I've got lots of clients that have used me 10, 12 times over. But I'd have to really screw up if people didn't want to keep coming back. At this point, after 26 years, I probably should have people who've used me many more times than that. But point here is, every agency agreement must have an expiration date. Write that one down. All agency agreements must have a termination date or an expiration date. There's one exception. One of those types of agency agreements could have an automatic renewal built in. Which one of these agency agreements could have an automatic renewal provision built into it? Which one of these could have a renewal feature built in? Only one. Only one of them. And don't worry about the independent contractor one. Ignore that one. Yes, because as a property manager, an owner doesn't want to have to re-interview a bunch of property managers every year. That doesn't need to expire unless you screw it up. That's an ongoing relationship typically. So, good one. Good job. All agency agreements must have an expiration date except maybe a property management agreement. So expiration of that listing agreement, for instance, would terminate agency. And if your listing expires, was it because you forgot that the expiration date was coming up and you didn't get them to sign a renewal form in time? That's okay. You're just going to have to, as long as they're still happy with you, they'll sign the renewal form. You can relist it. They might not be happy with you because the minute it expired that day, 1 million agents probably called them, and they've been dealing with a whole bunch of unsolicited phone calls of agents who say, "Hey, Ms. Seller, I see that your listing expired. Do you still want to sell it? I'll be better than the last guy." Hopefully they don't say that part, but that's the implication, right? They better not say that part. Can't trash other agents. But an expiration would kill an agency agreement. Mutual agreement, if you let them out, not you, but your firm. Because again, it's between them, the client, and your firm. So what if that client, that seller, came to you and said, "You know what? We've tried. You gave it a best shot last 3 or 4 months and didn't sell. And we just need some time. We're tired of showing it, keeping the house clean. We just need a break. It's coming up on the holidays, and let's get back at it in January. We're still happy with you. We want to relist with you, but we don't want to keep it on the market anymore. So would you let us out of our agreement?" That's not for you to answer. You would have to go to your BIC and say, "Hey, BIC, this seller of mine, this listing doesn't expire for 3 more months. However, they want us to go ahead and let them out of it now." That would be up to the BIC, up to the firm, not you, the broker. And they might not. They might say, "Nope, we won't. We'll withdraw it from the market, from the MLS, but we're not going to just let it go." Or they might say, "Yeah, we'll let you out of your listing agreement, but only if you give us some more money." More money. You haven't given any money, but we had to market it. Broker had to pay some money to put it on the market and to take pictures. And so therefore, yeah, we'll let you out of your listing agreement if you pay a fee. They could do that. But the point is, it is a bilateral agreement, not unilateral. Neither party can fire the other one. That seller can't just fire you. They'd have to get permission, and that firm would let them out of the listing agreement, but could choose not to. And the other direction too. You can't fire them because you're so tired of working with that seller that hasn't really been easy to work with, and you just want to be done with it. You don't care about this listing anymore. You just want to let them go and say, "You know what? You're out of here. I don't want to work with you." Well, they would have to go along with it. They'd have to sign off saying, "Yeah, okay, we're no longer going to work together." Mutual agreement. Operation of law would be like maybe a bankruptcy, something like that. Could terminate agency. the property destroyed. Property being destroyed. Several years ago, anybody plugged into Charlotte enough to remember that Ballantyne house that blew up from a gas leak? And the picture in the news just looks like a pile of 2x4s. Didn't even look like enough wood to have ever been a house because it was a basement and it all fell into the basement. Well, if that had been listed at time of destruction, the destruction of the house would destroy the listing agreement. You no longer have a listing agreement in effect if the house being sold is no longer intact. Agency agreement could get terminated through breach of one of the parties, either party. And then the death of who? Not just anybody. Who could die and that death would terminate the agency agreement? Tell me in the chat, who could die to terminate the agency agreement? Yeah, I was thinking about the listings, but you're right. A buyer could certainly die, and that terminates it because the buyer needs to buy the house. And if they're dead, they can't buy the house. So same thing for the seller. Seller dies, buyer dies, agency dies. What about the listing agent? What if the listing agent dies? Does that listing agreement terminate if the listing agent dies? Meaning the broker. Sorry, I'm mixing my terms. The human whose name is on the sign in the yard. Why not? Why does the death of the human broker not kill the agency agreement? Who is that agency agreement between? It's between the seller and the firm. And the firm's still alive. And the BIC will call that seller and say, I have terrible news. Your real estate broker, listing broker, has passed away. However, your agreement is with us, with the firm, and therefore we have reassigned your listing to an amazing, very capable, one of our best brokers. They will take great care of you. That could be how that goes down. So death of the listing broker, human broker, does not terminate agency, but the death of the seller or the buyer would. That's the kinds of agency agreements. We'll look more in depth at them in Unit 8. And then here's some options. How could a firm choose to work? In what way could a firm choose to represent people? A firm could do any of these things. A firm could say, we're only going to represent sellers. No buyers for us, please. Don't bother us if you're a buyer. We only want to list properties, no buyers. I wouldn't advise it. You're kind of leaving half the money on the table, but a firm could certainly do it. You don't have to offer both. So they could offer to work only with sellers. If they worked only with sellers, there's going to be some rules and requirements there we'll look at in a minute. They could say only buyers for us, no sellers. We don't want listings. We're only going to help buyers. They could also say we're only going to do one or the other, but never both. That's number 3. Single agency would be we're only going to work with a buyer or a seller, but never a buyer and a seller for the same property. In other words, we're not interested in doing dual agency. That's not uncommon. I teach continuing education classes too, which means brokers who are actually doing this business, because they have to keep their license. They have to take that CE by when, by the way? When's that CE due, by the way? What date? Little quick impromptu review question. Continuing education due by when? Something in June. June 10th. Thank you, sir. Perfect. June 10th. And I will ask every time. I'll say, hey, but just curious if whether you don't want to do it yourself or don't choose to offer it, or your firm won't let you offer it, who here does not do dual agency? And a lot of them raise their hand. We'll talk about it. And then there's that thing called transactional agency we saw a while ago. We don't do that here. That means there's nobody's representing either side, but you're facilitating the transaction with no obligations to either buyer or seller. We got to pick somebody in this state. We got to represent one or the other or both. So we don't do transactional brokerage. If it's a firm that does only sellers, we only work with sellers, here's what that looks like. They only take listings and they only represent sellers. If a buyer calls them on the yard sign or an advertisement and says, "Hey, I don't have an agent to help me. I want to make an offer on your listing," you could help that buyer. You're the listing agent, listing broker. The buyer calls on your yard sign, says, "I like that house. Can I see it on the inside? And by the way, I don't have my own agent. Can't you just do it? If I want to buy it, make an offer, can you just write it up for me?" What's the answer? If your firm only does seller agency, only represents sellers, can you help that buyer write an offer as an unrepresented buyer? If they maintain that they're an unrepresented buyer, yes. You can work with that buyer as long as you're not a buyer agent for that buyer. Here's where it gets a little confusing. This is where all of these terms get put into application. And you need to be able to move around with this stuff on the testable question. So picture it. You're the listing agent working for a firm that has chosen to only work for sellers, meaning represent the seller. But if it's your listing and a buyer calls you and says, "I don't have an agent, but I want to write an offer on your listing," you could say, "Okay, well, here's a fair warning. I will help you do that. You don't have an agent? I will not be your agent, but I will still be the seller's agent, and you are going to be an unrepresented buyer. You're basically going to be your own agent." Unrepresented buyer, a for sale by owner is an unrepresented seller doing real estate for themselves without a license. Well, the same thing can work for a buyer. A buyer could be an unrepresented buyer. And that's how you'd have to do it. There are agents who work in firms that allow both buyer and seller representation, not like what we're looking at here, but they choose not to ever be a dual agent, and this is how they would do that. They could be the only agent in a transaction between a buyer and a seller without being a dual agent. It comes down to your disclosure. You're telling that unrepresented buyer, "Look, don't tell me anything that's a secret, because by telling me, I have to tell my seller. I can't look out for you in any way. I have to give you disclosure if I know something, and I have to give you reasonable skill and care, but I can't know your confidential stuff. I'm obligated to tell my seller. I'm loyal only to my seller. You are an unrepresented buyer. I am the representative of the seller. Behave accordingly." That's how we could handle this if we worked for a firm that only offered seller agency. Does that make sense? So, could you be a broker helping a buyer in a firm that only offers seller representation? Yes, you could. As long as that buyer is an unrepresented buyer. You can't be a buyer agent for them, but you can help them. Here's the forms you need. Here's what the forms mean. Here's how you fill out the form. How much is the house worth? How much should I offer? They might ask you. You can't tell them that. You would say, "Well, that's for your agent to tell you, and you are your agent, so you tell me how much you want to offer." "Well, how do I know what the house is worth? Can you show me a market analysis?" "No, I cannot. I gave one to my seller because they hired me. I looked up similar properties that have sold, and I did research to see what their house might be worth based on other houses like it. I cannot give that to you, Mr. Unrepresented Buyer. But what I can do to this unrepresented buyer is print out 3 or 4 sold comparables, sold houses recently, and give them to them. And they would get those comps that I gave them and say, "Okay, these 3 sold in the last couple of weeks, but what does this mean? How much should I offer?" Still can't tell you that. You are an unrepresented buyer. You can give them the stats, but you can't translate them. You can't tell them what it means, can't do an analysis for them. Does that make sense? This is if you work for a firm that has chosen to only interact and give representation to a seller. But you can help a buyer as long as that buyer is an unrepresented buyer. When you're only offering seller agency, therefore, you can never be a dual agent. To be a dual agent, you have to be both a listing agent and a buyer agent at the same time. And if you're not offering buyer agency to anyone, then you can't be a dual agent. We'll come back around to this stuff. We'll interact with it more. So if you're not getting it, or if it sounds weird, or if you're just about ready to take a nap, it's a normal reaction. It's okay. We'll come back. So in this case, the firm is only working for sellers. And frankly, I don't know of any firm that does this, that says we don't want to ever be a buyer agent for buyers. We only want to ever work for sellers. That's just not super common. But the point here is to teach you the interaction, the ins and outs of it. So here's what this high-tech graphic looks like. Seller clients can call your firm, and every broker within your firm is a sub-agent to those clients. The buyers are always unrepresented because you're only offering seller representation. Or we could do this. Exclusive buyer agency, where you're only helping people that are buyers and you're never choosing to list property, help sellers. I think this would be a terrible mistake because listings, the phrase is list to last, right? If you have listings and you have an inventory of homes for sale, you can be out playing and hanging out with family and still sell houses because other buyer agents bring buyer offers for your listings, right? It's the way you can kind of have a life in this business. Work for buyers and sellers, but if you only work for buyers, then you can't have listings because you've chosen to be a buyer specialist only. Your firm has said, that's how we're going to do it. Again, in real life, I can't even think of any firm that only works with one or the other. But here's how it would work if they did. Never takes listings, never represents sellers, therefore can't ever do a dual agency because they'd never represent the seller. It's the opposite of that last thing. This type of firm would always be a buyer agent. And a recap, that buyer agency relationship could start out being non-written, could be oral buyer agency, but that will never last you. That will never make you money. You got to turn that into writing before you write the offer. And in an oral buyer agency agreement, that buyer doesn't owe you anything. You owe them everything. They can date other people. They can work with other agents. And if they buy something with that other agent, you're out. You don't get paid. And here's what the graphic for that looks like. You're only working with buyer clients. All those brokers in the firm are sub-agents to that buyer client. Could be this. Single agency would mean that, yes, you could work with sellers or buyers, and maybe even other firms. Could list a property and have other firms bring the buyer, but never do dual agency. Now, this is more common. This is probably the first one that is actually done in real life reasonably frequently, because there's some firms that say, you know what, dual agency is just too tricky. We don't want to risk ticking people off, getting sued, somebody complaining to the commission because they think that we gave preferential treatment to the seller, not the buyer, and the buyer's mad and we were a dual agent. So we're not doing dual agency anymore. So if that's what your firm has decided, then this is what it is. It would be a single agency only type of a firm. Yes, you'll take listings. Yes, you'll help buyers, but you'll never help a buyer buy one of your listings as a dual agent. You could do cross sales. You'll let other firms bring buyers for your listings. That would work. Looks like this. You're either giving buyer representation or seller representation, never both. You could work with unrepresented sellers and you could work with unrepresented buyers, but never both. When it's two firms involved, a firm is bringing a buyer for your listing, a different firm than your own, the word for that is co-brokerage. If you see the word co-brokerage, that means two firms, not an in-house sale. And so this goes back to that concept of if your buyer refuses to reduce the oral buyer agency to writing and they want to write an offer, and you look at the bottom of the MLS sheet for that house they want to offer on, and you find out they'll pay you 3% if you're a buyer agent, but 0% if you're a sub-agent to seller, that's what this is kind of going into. Because the firm and the principal are both potentially liable for the conduct of those cooperating firms and their affiliated brokers. If those firms and affiliated brokers, those cooperating firms, are not explicitly buyer agents, if they are just sub-agents to your seller, then you and your seller have more liability. If that buyer feels slighted, chooses to complain, chooses to have issue, they don't have a buyer agent to blame. If they had a buyer agent in writing, then they would pursue it. They would go to that buyer agent for some remedy. Say, you should have verified the square footage. It turned out to be 500 less square feet than you said it was, or that the listing said it was. And if you have a buyer agent, that buyer agent should have noticed that and verified it. But if the agent that's helping that buyer is not a buyer agent and just a sub-agent to the seller instead, and the square footage is way off, then that buyer is going to go straight to the complaint, plain to the seller and the listing agent. That's who's in trouble. More liability for them. Okay, now this thing. Dual agency. If your firm allows it, if your BIC allows it, and if you're willing to do it, and if your seller allows it, and if the buyer allows it, can you get the gist here? Everybody's got to be on board. If everybody's on board with dual agency, then you can be the only broker, represent both the buyer and the seller. I call this kind of dual agency true dual agency because there's another kind of dual agency. There's two types of dual agency. Traditional or true dual agency like this. We'll talk about the other kind in a minute. But this is when the firm represents both the buyer and the seller at the same time. How can a firm represent them both and fully do everything for both of them? They can't. It's impossible. Because the goal of the seller is the exact opposite of the goal of the buyer. The seller's goal is to get the most money for the house. The buyer's goal is to get the most house for the money. Two totally opposite goals. And if I'm the dual agent between that buyer for that seller's house, I've just got to tell them, look, guys, I can be the only agent in between here, but I'm really just a mediator when I'm a dual agent for you both. By the way, if I'm a dual agent, is it an in-house sale or a co-broke sale? If I'm a dual agent, are we dealing with an in-house sale or is it a co-brokerage sale? In-house, one firm only, right? Good job. So I'm a dual agent. I'm working for both the buyer and the seller. Here's another question. If I'm a dual agent, am I a buyer agent? If I'm a dual agent, am I a buyer agent? Yes. I'm also a listing agent. I am both. Both means two. Dual means two. I'm both of them, right? So don't let that throw you. If I'm a dual agent, am I a sub-agent to the seller only? No. I've got to also be a buyer agent because a dual agent is both. You owe them both. But because they are both seeking opposite objectives, you can't give them both old car fiduciary. What can I do for both of them out of old car duties? I can be obedient to both of them. I can tell the buyer things the seller wants me to tell the buyer. I can tell the seller things the buyer wants me to tell the seller. Did I say the same thing twice? You get my point. I can disclose, and I have to disclose to both of them. I can give confidentiality to both of them. If I'm a dual agent, I am being confidential on behalf of them both. But because I can't tell the buyer the lowest the seller is willing to accept. I can't tell them that if I'm a dual agent. Even if I were not a dual agent and it's a whole separate company bringing the buyer, I wouldn't tell them confidential things about my client anyway. But now that I'm the only agent as a dual agent for both buyer and seller, I still can't reveal confidential information, right? I explain it this way in real life to a buyer who calls me on my yard sign about my listing. I'll say, hey, buyer, there's a choice here. If you want to buy my listing that you were calling about, if you want to make an offer on that, I could be a dual agent for you and the seller both. Work for you both at the same time. Here's how that works. I can't tell the seller the most you might confide in me that you're willing to pay. But I also can't tell you, the buyer, what the seller confides in me that they are willing to accept. For instance, if they're asking $450,000, but they would take $430,000, I can't tell that to the buyer. And if the buyer has told me, well, I'll pay their $450, I would do that, but let me try $420 at first. I have to keep that secret too. But think about the dynamics. I probably met the seller first. Did somebody have something? We okay? Accidental unmute. The seller might feel like I owe them more just because of seniority. But they would be wrong. And I would have to explain to them, look, seller, this buyer has made an offer. Here it is. And the seller would say, oh, okay, well, not quite what I was expecting. What do you think I should do? If a seller asks you what they should do in response to an offer in a dual agency situation, your answer is this: I'm sorry, I can't give you that advice. I'm a dual agent. You with me? You can't advise them because you're a dual agent. That might be the first time they really grasp the limitations of this option. Hey, yeah, go for it. No problem. No problem. Great question. They would be the builder's representation. They'd be the builder's rep only. They act like it. They act like they love you and they're super friendly and they're really good at building rapport. And that's okay. But make no mistake, that builder on-site rep is never working for you. They might act like it. They might even say things to you like, well, the builder doesn't want to take less than this, but let me see what I can do. I'll try my best. Maybe we can throw in some incentives or like an appliance package. They'll say things like that to you as if they're buddy-buddy with you, but their legal obligation is to their broker boss builder, their builder boss. It's not dual agency when you're dealing with an on-site rep. Yep. Good question. A lot of people don't understand that. They think, I don't need to bring my own broker when I'm buying new construction. That one has been so easy to work with, so nice. They might even violate agency rules and do more for you than they actually do for their builder boss, but they're not supposed to. Odds are they're not doing anything their builder boss doesn't want them to. They might authorize them to negotiate to a certain level and say, well, we want to keep it at 540, but for you, as long as you go ahead and write the offer in the next 2 weeks before the end of the month, because we're trying to meet a quota for sales, then okay, we'll do the 535, right? They might act like it, sound like it, but officially they're never a dual agent. Theoretically they could be, but rarely they are. Maybe if it's like a custom builder, not like this big production international or national builder, maybe that builder, I doubt it. I just don't see it happening. I don't see a builder allowing their agent that they've hired as a listing agent to act as a dual agent. Typically with those big production builders, it's certainly not going to happen. So, dual agency, what can you do? You can offer confidentiality. You're not going to tell either side the secrets of the other. But what can you not do? What is the one element in Old Car that you cannot offer when you're a dual agent? There's one of them. One of the 6 things you cannot give either party. Can't provide them. We know it's not confidentiality because you have to keep the secrets of each party from the other. There it is. Good job. Somebody's reading ahead. Loyalty. That's a good testable question I've seen on plenty of practice exams. Write that one down. In dual agency, what is being sacrificed? Loyalty. Got to give up loyalty. So here's how it comes out. Hey, buyer, you called me on my yard sign. I could be a dual agent if you want me to. Seller has given me permission, and if you want me to do it, I could do it. I'm also willing, and my firm will let me. Therefore, here's how that works. I can help you write an offer. I can provide the paperwork, give you comparables. In fact, you can do more than comparables. You can do more than just print off things from the MLS and hand them to them. If they were an unrepresented buyer, that's all you could do. But now that they are your buyer, because you're their buyer agent, but you're a dual agent, so you're an agent for both, you have to be fair to both parties. You can't give either one an advantage over the other. And what did you do for that seller back when you listed the property? You provided them with a CMA, a market analysis, competitive market analysis, where you showed them things that sold like theirs and made adjustments to them to see what do you think this house will sell for. You do that same level of market analysis for the buyer because you're a dual agent. You can interpret, show them your analysis, not just give them comps when you're a dual agent. Because you did it for the seller, now you have to do it for the buyer. But that's where it stops. Here's the CMA, Mr. Buyer. Now, what do you want to offer? Well, what does this mean? What is your strategy? What do you think I should offer? I can't tell you that because I'm a dual agent. That's the limitation of my representation for you. But it's the same as for the seller. I'm limited to them too. And so you help that buyer write the offer they tell you they want to make. You get it done. You take it to your seller. You say, here's their offer. The seller's like, oh, okay, well, what should I say back? How should I respond? And you say, can't tell you. What do you want to offer? What do you want to counter with? Well, we go way back. Don't you love me more than them? Well, yes, maybe I do. However, I'm limited through dual agency. I can't be more loyal to them than you or you than them. Got to be fair and honest and impartial and not give either one of you an advantage. Well, I don't like that at all. Okay, well, maybe we shouldn't have done this dual agency thing. Let's make sure that doesn't happen. Let's make sure they understand this possibility before they enter into a dual agency actual situation, because that would make it ugly. When that sort of thing comes up and the parties get frustrated, that might be at the point at which you choose never to do it again. Yes, somebody's asking, is dual agency illegal in some states? Yes, some states don't do it at all. That's a state-by-state agency consideration. Do we want to offer that here? I don't know which, but that would be up to the individual state's real estate commission if they even want to make it a thing. Could be that dual agency is not even an option. I just don't see North Carolina getting rid of it anytime soon. As long as you disclose it properly, they're going to leave it at that. What is definitely the case also with dual agency, when you see the word co-broker, that means 2 firms because dual agency is 1 firm. And who is the dual agent? The firm is the dual agent. And the brokers within that firm are dual agents. All those brokers within that firm are dual agents. They're not sub-agents to the seller. They can't be. They have to be impartial to both sides. Now, that doesn't mean that whole firm full of 150 people are involved in that one transaction. No, but they are all dual agents because the firm is. Okay. Oh, shoot. It's time. Okay, we'll get into that other kind of dual agency called designated dual agency next week. Read ahead. Let me give you the spoiler real quick. Designated dual agency returns loyalty to the mix. Because now instead of just you helping buyer and seller, you can get your BIC to assign another broker in your same firm to help that buyer and be their designated agent while you're the seller's designated agent. Now you can treat it like two separate firms. The loyalty is restored. That might be what you do when the buyer doesn't like the sound of true or authentic, typical dual agency. They might say, well, I'll just go to another firm and get a buyer agent and come back. You could say, don't bother that. I'll hook you up with a good agent in my firm that can be your own designated agent. And then the other thing about designated agency is they can be designated their own agent as long as that person doesn't know anything confidential about the seller. So think about that, review it. We'll finish up agency, get on into chapter 8, look at the documents next week. And then after that is contracts. So we're in the thick of it now. So be reading ahead, be taking notes, ask me questions, send me stuff during the week if you need to. When you don't understand something you run across, I don't mind. I'm happy to help in between times. Glad to interact with you. Don't forget Notion, texting, email, any of that is fine. Now's the time to get it right. Don't be scrambling at the last minute trying to figure this stuff out. So have a great week, great weekend. I'll see you on Monday.